Good morning everyone. Good morning. Hope you had a good time yesterday, and now we are going to have something related to strategy. So, when I started with the resilience and supply chain sustainability, we need some strategy to bring in resilience, right. In order to create some strength within us as a business, we have to have understanding of the strategies. What strategy will help the businesses and how we have to react to the situation. These two are important things. So, let us see. I am skipping the initial slide. We have already seen what we are going to do and why we are having these strategies. That is the main thing in order to achieve sustainability. Sustainability is not a simple term, it is broader term. Everybody using sustainability in a different way, I have seen it. Now, we are going into the sustainable development goals before we go for the strategy. So, if you have been working as a logistical manager, you might be knowing within the last 2 years how much change has happened in logistics. If you are a student, probably you may not understand this, but if you are a manager, if you have experienced the logistical changes in the last 2 years, you could see SDG is making a bigger impact in the logistical companies or any business. Sustainable development goal, it is also known as the global goals. These are all adapted in all the countries, especially it was initially adopted by United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty. We are taking only few of this. End poverty we are not considering in this session, but end poverty is one of the goals. Protect the planet by doing things rightly without much emission, and ensure that by 2030 all people enjoy peace and prosperity. It is a big ambition ahead of us, and as a global nation, everyone means every citizen is having the responsibility to contribute. Even 1 milligram of carbon if you are reducing in your car driving, it is going to contribute say millions of 1 gram. So, everyone is contributing. If you are using wisely, if I am avoiding the plastic, plastic can be used, but the plastic if it is a recyclable plastic. If I am avoiding some plastic bag, especially if you are taking the food from canteen, they are packing in a bag, it is a use and throw bag. So, that is the harmful thing for our environment. So, if a plastic of thick plastic, if it is recyclable, you can use it, otherwise try to avoid it. You say no, I do not want it. Especially in the shops, if they are giving very thin plastic, avoid it. If 10 students say no, I do not want, the shopkeeper will remove it from the shelf. So, this is our small step towards the sustainability. So, there are many goals. What are we looking at? Currently, if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very difficult, but what is very easy for us is responsible consumption number 12, responsible consumption and production. If you are a manager, a production manager, if you are a logistical manager, and if you are talking about supply chain, managing the supply chain, then you can go for 12. The number 12 is easy to follow, and climate action is related to this. We are not talking about other aspects now. This is the other one, sustainable cities. Sustainable city is including smart cities. We are having smart cities in many European countries. Even we got smart roads in UK where I live. The smart roads, smart cities are making sustainability. However, if you do not have smart city, you have to make it a smart city by contributing to the reduction of emission and using wisely certain materials. Okay. Then next is when you are looking at these things, it is country specific. We cannot say whatever is applicable to UK and Europe will be applicable to this country, it is very country specific. But naturally India has got most land which is fertile land, and that fertile land can hold so many different materials like coconut scrape, other biodegradable. Only thing what it can't accept is plastic. So, that means we have to go to the closer vicinity of nature. Paper based, nowadays people are using newspaper for folding things, But when I was a child, before 40 years, 45 years, we used to have only newspapers for keeping the items. It is not new, and leaf plate is coming as new, but leaf plate was the one which was used a long before. I am 50 plus, so I am talking about many years back. So, that means whatever we are using now with plastic is not modern, it is making our life hell. So, plastic is a, it is not unnecessary evil, it is evil, but it is necessary nowadays for a certain extent. We have to recycle it and we have to make sure that it is remanufactured. So, plastic can be kept as a positive usage of material. Now, let us come to the point. Now, plastic is not the only material which is causing the environment very sick, CO2, greenhouse gas, all these things are affecting the environment. So, we are sickening the environment by polluting. So, pollution can happen in many ways because of industrial emissions. If you go to CO, now COP 29, where was it? Baku. It was in Baku, Azerbaijan last couple of weeks before. Anything finally committed? Any reduction? Are you watching television? Is there any news of how much CO2 will be reduced at what time? No, not concrete settlement has come from COP 29. Everybody was talking about how to reduce, how much money will be kept aside for the COP 29, sorry, for reduction of CO2, but no other agreement has come in place. That means as a normal citizen, we cannot do anything with COP 28 or COP 29. What we can do is, we can make 3 pillars workable: environmental, social, governance, goals, targets and objectives, mainly 3 pillars. What are the 3 pillars? Can you guess? It is there. One is environmental, social, third one? No. Environmental, for 3 pillars: environmental, social and three pillars of sustainability. So, sustainability, under sustainability we have economic, social and environmental. Economic, social, environmental, how they are connected with each other. One is, when you are talking about the circular economy is incorporating social labours. Let me give the example: social labours to be involved in the activities which are creating economic growth for the local community and which in turn will be supporting the environment. That means, we are saying a very simple example from different projects. I could say, if you are collecting the plastic, plastic is a waste, plastic you do not want it, but who is collecting? Rock pickers are collecting, they are getting the job. So, socially they are involved. Even the working women in certain villages in South India, they are collecting, they do not mind going for the work, it is not the prestige for them, they are just going after the household work, they are going and picking the plastic because it is extra money for them. After picking, socially what they are doing? They are cleaning the surface. After picking, they are giving to the Radiwala. Then he is collecting everything together. For 10 kgs he is paying some money. That money goes into the pocket of ladies. So, economically they are becoming progressing. They are progressing and they are becoming rich, not rich necessarily, but more than what they used to have. Then environmentally they are helping. So, socially they are engaged, economically they are well off now, and environmentally they are helping. These are called 3 pillars of sustainability. If you are engaged in any project, any report, please use 3 pillars of sustainability. So, one is combined with other, it is a cycle. You can start with economic, or you can start with social, or you can start with environmental purposes. Goal can be anything, but you will be achieving all 3. Okay. And then when we are having these things, these are the examples. The right hand side GCR of NTU project, it is my project. We have used pyramid structure, it was very nice, a pyramid structure. You can watch the video later. a fish tank was kept here, and here plants, all plants, fish tank, and then water was coming to this plant, and dripping water has come to fish, and then fish tank will be emitting that water will have some different minerals, because fish is emitting excretion of fish will go, that water will be going back, and this side solar panel, both these sides. It was very nice pyramid structure. We used to have solar panel for energy, and then we have got plants growing. It is given here, but not the pyramid structure. In the video you can see how the pyramid structure works. This is very simple, anybody can do it, you do not need any investment. So, if you are doing in every household small structure, just imagine will be self sufficient in terms of vegetables, you can grow for your family and you can sell it for other purposes. That means, as a youngster you cannot say I do not have investment. Investment is there, you can spend 1000 rupees, it is not a big amount for you. Within 1000 rupees, if you imagine that prototyping is available readily from everywhere, apart from solar panel, I am not talking about solar panel, look at the video, you will see how it is fixed. Other than the solar panel, you can do anything, and this will be creating some business for you as a small scale business. If you look at big shots in the supply chain, especially fruits and vegetables supply chain, most of them are having the small investment. So, other one, this example sustainability, it is the ability to maintain or support a process continuously over time. This is about the windmill, again it is very interesting. I have given the source, go to that source and look for the examples how they are using the windmill efficiently. But nowadays windmill is having some problem. You might be knowing windmill production has got the longer logistical expectations. When you are having longer logistical expectation, meaning is one windmill fan will go in one full truck, other one will go in the other truck, they have to travel a long distance. And whether we are achieving LCA, when we are doing the LCA calculation, you will see whether we are doing any LCA justifiably for environment. There is a lot of question, we will discuss it later, but this is again sustainability. You can take the sustainability in any way according to your understanding. So, go and see whether it is really helping you. The textile is eco-friendly in many of the cases if you are using cotton. So, purposely I wore cotton today. If you are having cotton, you have to justify as a business your textile, your fabric, everything is eco-friendly. Energy used in the cotton production is not more than what is give me some minutes, let them sit. So, carbon, when you are using the carbon, energy use means you are using carbon as well. You are using carbon dioxide, how much you are emitting through your final production, how much you are taking and how much you are emitting, both are calculated in LCA. We will see the LCA calculation separately. Transportation and many things are involved in eco-friendly production. So, when you are talking about these things, what comes to our mind? There are many different hundreds of things to discuss. But what should I start with? Where will be the focus of mine? If I are talking about the logistical services, transportation, United Nations said very clearly these are the frameworks, these are the conditions. You can compare with your business. So, the provision of service and infrastructure for the mobility of people and goods, advancing economic and social development to benefit today's and future generations. That means, here you have to see clearly. If you are looking at the benefits for today, you are missing the future. The same mistake every country has done for plastic use. Now, we are talking about plastic waste. When it started, why we have not thought about it? That means, if you are talking about battery operated car now, you should be visualizing the benefits and negative side of battery car later. So, battery operated car, how they are finally putting that battery into end. What is the end of life for battery? Still we do not have that answer. It is not completely solved. Still we are saying cars are having, battery cars are eco-friendly, but we do not say how the battery is going to be recycled completely. Why we do not know? Because battery car life is 10 years. Still we have not gone to that stage, and they can use it for another 5 years, they can extend it life. The extended life for battery is another 5 years, 10 plus 5. So, that means we have to wait until 15 years to see how the batteries are going to be recycled. That is the problem now we have to see. Same like plastic, benefit today's and future generations. If we are doing something, it should not affect the future generation. Your parents, like me, I have used plastic, it is my mistake, your generation is suffering. So, the blame is with us, not with you. Now, you have to find the solution. Do not forget that when you are finding the solution, remember you have to think of the future generation as well. We have upcycle, we have system upcycling, recycling, remanufacturing, we have so many options. Upcycling, when you feel that some product is going to be wasted, think of how to create some extra value to it. Can I upcycle it? Upcycle meaning is the value of the new product should be more than the current product. That is the condition 1. Recycling, it is not like that. Recycling means use it and then recycle to different product or recycle to the same product, something which is not currently usable. Not necessarily the value will be higher. Okay. But upcycling is you have to make it into a different product. For example, this sofa I do not like it, I want to change the color, I am going to throw it away. Somebody will be collecting and they will be adding some extra features, some cushions are changed, material is changed and it is very shiny now. If they can do something extra, the value of the sofa will increase. That is called upcycling. You are doing something extra and value is enhanced than the previous value, then it is called upcycling. Recycling, you know, recycling, you are giving plastic, it is pressed together and it is made into different pot, but not, sometimes it is just not made into anything. You are recycling it, but you do not know what is going to happen to that plastic. And remanufacturing, entirely you are making the design different. Remanufacturing example is Kodak, some of you might be knowing, whoever is in 40 plus they know. Kodak one was introducing remanufacturing. Previously when I was small child, just imagine you would not have seen that, one click camera. We used to have the camera, one click, throw it, but you cannot throw. They used to say you bring it to any shop, Kodak will buy it for 5 rupees. At that time 5 rupees was very big amount. So, people were, my parents were very happy to give it back to any shop and getting 5 rupees. That components of Kodak was taken out, they cannot remanufacture without taking out. Components have been disassembled and they have made it as a remanufacturing Kodak camera. They sold it for cheaper price. So, here the remanufacturing is quite common, even laptop we are remanufacturing and reassembling. So, upcycling and recycling are common terms what we are using. Upcycling will be having the product higher value than the before, recycling may not have the higher value, but it will be in the cycle, it will be used in different forms. We are also having verbund concept, I am not using it, it is a German concept. Verbund concept is somewhat similar to circular economy. And transportation is playing a major role in sustainable food supply chain, and sustainable food supply chain definition is given in general in many of the places. Products and raw materials from supplier through producer, we have seen it. Yesterday we have seen this, raw material from supplier through producer to wholesaler, retailer to end user, it will have sustainability in all operations including transportation. Then only we can say it is a sustainable supply chain. If we say supply chain is conversion of raw material into the final product through various stages, if you say that is only supply chain. If you say sustainable, you have to have sustainability in every aspect of it. Sustainable development of all sectors to improve livelihood of society and nations. These are all the United Nations. Some of the definitions are from United Nations, others are generally agreed by United Nations for the sustainability concept. I encourage micro, small, medium enterprises, short supply chains and eco-friendly products and services. Now, let me pause for a while. Do you have any question? Because we are going to move away from this. Do you have any question to ask? Yeah.
Many of us know the Kurkure product. Nowadays, Kurkure product is more popular than the original product Lay's. So, it has an interesting story. So, while manufacturing Lay's, it has a particular thickness and particular crispiness. So, while manufacturing, to maintain this kind of thickness and crispiness, they have to generate more amount of waste also. So, they have conducted a innovation and recycling and reusing methodology. So, finally, they found that waste product can be converted into a new product. From that brainstorming session only, a new product was developed that is called as Kurkure.
Okay.
So, they after Kurkure was a big hit, now they have a separate product line of Kurkure. So, Kurkure is not a new product, it was actually invention of to recycle and reuse of the waste generated during the manufacturing process of Lay's. So, in this way, whenever we are thinking of recycling, remanufacturing, this kind of new products which can be bigger than the original product also happens.
Yes. See, it is a great story to follow. Normally, when we make a roti, if it is not circle, kids will not eat it. The side part is taken separately, and we make it in a different shape. Similarly, Kurkure has made something very interesting. So, that means nothing is going to be wasted. If you are using it wisely, we will not waste it. And especially if you look at female side in the family household, they will not try to waste any food. They will make one thing or the other based on what is left over. So, the basic idea is in India, most of our household consumption is not wasting much of food. Food is wasted, that is a different story. We have done a big project with food waste. India is wasting food, but not in the household. Mainly it is because of the business extra food collection. When you are going out for eating, you will be buying so much and you are wasting. So, wasting is happening not only in household, in other places. Actually, other places are making more waste than the household waste. So, we can small value product can be remanufactured. Now, let us come to the main picture. Life cycle analysis. Life cycle analysis is one of the biggest term we are using everywhere. If you are saying you are sustainable, what is LCA? Have you done the LCA calculation? I ask my student immediately. But some students, they retaliate with my question, they did not like it. In the beginning, before 5 years, I asked this question, how can I get the data? Ma'am, you tell me, how do you expect me to get the data? That was very true. So, somehow you have to get the data. So, students will be panicky, how do I do LCA without the carbon emission of certain items? So, LCA assessment is defined as systematic analysis of the potential environmental impact of products or services during their entire life cycle. That means, I should know what is the life cycle. If I know life cycle of tomato, it is easy for me. I know where it is produced and how it is transported and how much it is consumed, how much is wasted. And every yes.
We can calculate this only for the perishable goods or short term period goods. What about the long term? Because
yeah, I have link. I am going to show it. You are very enthusiastic, I can understand, because this is my bread and butter, LCA calculation. Most of the time I do it, so I can tell you. Even for the long shelf life product, even for the windmill, we have to do LCA. For the cars, we have websites. Normally, I have included that link for the cars, LCA for the cars emission. If you are driving a car for 10 years, what will be the LCA for that car? Only for LCA, CO2 related LCA. If you do not have any LCA calculation, then you are lucky. You can calculate something new, you can make a new model. LCA is there in the system for many years, but what she asked is correct. For perishable item, it is easy to calculate, as I said. I said correctly, but there are certain gaps. Perishable item, I am talking about cars. In between, there are something like furniture. Normal question is furniture life, how do you know what is the life of the furniture? It is based on the user. If I do not like it, I will just throw it, I will buy the new one. But still the throwing, that is end of life. For you it is end of life, it can be remanufactured by someone or upcycled by someone. So, evaluate the environmental impact of production, distribution and end of life. We are going to include all supply chain activities in upstream and downstream. That is a big question. How do you know that? What will be the activity in upstream? If you are in the middle of the supply chain, how do you know what is activity in the upstream, what is the activity in the downstream? That is another question. And include raw materials as well. If you are bringing raw material from other country, how do you know what is the life cycle for that particular product? So, what is the emission in the upstream? These are all big questions, we do not have straightforward answers. So, LCA calculation is only approximate. You have to agree the truth of this LCA. LCA is only approximation. No one can say clearly what is the LCA for one particular product. Approximately this product is better than the other product. We can say comparatively, not in a bigger sense. So, life cycle assessment, impact assessment covers all relevant input from the environment. How many acres of land use, ores, crude oil, water, land use, as well as emission into air, emission into water and soil. So, carbon dioxide is not only the only element, we are calculating nitrogen oxide, but you cannot calculate all of them, you are not scientists. The international organizations for standardization provides guidance, it is not my guidance, it is from others. Requirement for conducting LCA to ICO, all the requirements are given, there are in different websites. There is source for my information, you can go to source and you can look at it. LCA is given like this. In general, when you are talking about resources, resources are raw materials are being processed, and then after processing the raw material, product is manufactured, then it is going to the distribution cycle, and then using is happening. Usage is a big question, it is very subjective to the person or the company or the nation or the people. Manufactured furniture, my parents used to have furniture for 10-15 years. Since my childhood until I finished my graduation, same furniture. But I change furniture every 3 to 4 years, I change it, I throw and buy new one. It is not only affordability, your inclination towards certain product. Here the question comes at the end of life, user and end of life, this is a big question mark. Other things can be calculated, little bit it is easy because we can get the supplier, what are the resources you are using and where you are finding it, whether it comes from other country, you can ask all the questions, but only answer, missing answer is between use and end of life. So, after that question we are coming to this slide, what is the scope and what I am going to do, what is the scope of study for LCA. Actually I have a gentleman here, he works with Hitachi, Tata Hitachi. I want some insight from him, I want insight from all of you, because I know only what I have done. Like if you are getting 100% of mark, that means my professor used to say, you know the questions what come for the exam. If you have got 100 marks, the questions what have come in the exam, you know the answer. But there are millions of questions which have not come in the exam, so you got 100 easily. That means no professors used to encourage students by saying that you are the best. They will encourage you to study more and more rather than saying you are the best. The same way for LCA. LCA, there is no end for it. What is the scope? Goal and scope for this study may not be same for the next study. So, I know only what I have done. He might be knowing more than me, you might be knowing more than me. Please share your experience. Life cycle inventory we are taking, and then impact assessment we do it, and then interpretation. Interpretation is the key. How do you interpret? So, interpretation can be if you know statistics. I have been teaching statistics and mathematics. Statisticians can interpret any different data analysis into anything. So, so that means number will be there, you can interpret in any way. So, the same way we are doing LCA, but LCA scope should be clearly mentioned. Based on the scope, you are having the interpretation. 1 and 4 are directly connected. Now, let us take some insight from the gentleman. Can you please introduce yourself to everyone?
Yeah, good morning. I am working in Tata Hitachi. Basically,
आपका नाम?
Yeah, myself Naresh Chandra Mahanta, and working at Tata Hitachi. There is a joint venture of Tata Motors and Hitachi, basically. And we are practicing whatever the madam is teaching with us. We same thing we are practicing in our organization. That like that we are consuming the electricity in our organization. So what we have done, 80% electricity we are taking from the solar, only because of this global impact and climate change is coming. So Tata and Hitachi have decided that 80% whenever possible that will go for the solar panel to eliminate the direct power supply. After that, what we are doing, what is the material incoming to the company, we are first deciding what will be the next disposal of this material. Like that, what is we are thinking how to generate the pollution free material from the incoming. That like that, suppose I am taking some wood packing materials, okay, then I am thinking that this wood can be where it will be used as a raw material. I am searching for that customer and I am selling that material to that customer, so that can be used and I will generate some revenue with me. Same thing for the plastics, whatever the packaging we are getting, what we are doing, we are collecting all the plastic inside with our plant. After that, we are auctioning to the manufacturer plastic that raw material who are making the raw material from the plastics reusable, that we are giving to them for as a raw material. And because we are generating tons of plastics inside our company, for which materials are coming from the packing sites. Like that, some cases we are getting that some bigger company are giving the material with their packing. Okay, so what we are doing, same is collected in our company. After that, we are giving back to them. So in regular phase, that can be utilized more and more. And the end of after that, what are they are doing? After they are getting that material, they are rectifying that same, and again they are sending back to us. Such we are in every aspect of for environmental we are looking, and we are thinking to how to reuse or remanufacture that, and it can be used in our systems basically.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing his experience. Any good experience have you got from your life? You are all young people. I can't ask you what is the experience from your office.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I am Ranjan Kumar Singh. I am from JSW Steel Limited. I have total 20 years of experience in operation and maintenance field. So, ma'am has explored the first case, how to recycle, reuse and remanufacture. In steel industry, usually whatever the steel scrap generated during the process, so we try to how to reuse it in every step of steel manufacture, maybe it is raw metal verification, then blast furnace, then steel making process, then downstream products manufacture. Everywhere there is some generation of wastage. So in every steps we try how to reuse it, other than just wasting others. We want to reuse the wastage generation from one step to another step. Like whatever the wastage generation as slags or dust particle that is used in different, whenever we will go for the steel manufacturing, there are different processes. So each wastage generated at each stage is now it is being converted to another byproduct due to different technological advancement. So in this process we try to utilize 100% whatever the wastage are generated during manufacturing process. Similarly, whatever the wastage which cannot be used inside the steel industry also, we try to use how to can be used in externally. Like whatever the dust slags are generated, they are used for road construction, making fire bricks and other kind of useful impacts in construction of roads, buildings and all the other materials also. Second thing, ma'am has told that what are the impact of assessment of life cycle. Whenever we are going from a capex level of procurement, we also calculate what is life cycle assessment and what will be its impact of on environment. Whenever we are judging 2 or 3 vendors, we generally give a mark. What are the LC of this product and what is the LC of this product. If one product is better in terms of life cycle assessment, we give a importance in terms of long term its usability. Suppose one motor we are procuring and it is consuming 100 kilowatt during its operation, but another energy efficient motor is used in another project, it is consuming 90 kilowatt motor. There is a saving of 10 kilowatt of energy per hour. So we calculate for in 10 hours how much energy we are consuming if you are going from the another product. In this case also we compare what will the total cost to the company. In this manner we also prioritize which product we have to go for, otherwise which capex project we have to go for. So this way we will utilize LC analysis in industrial sector.
Thank you very much. Okay. So everybody, yes.
Ma'am, I have not a experience like sir, but I saw one initiative from a Zomato. They are just there is a lots of wastage on a food, like someone ordering something from and they are just cancelling during the delivery part. The Zomato came out with that the food with a delivery partner, that food will be listed on a Zomato app with a lower price. Anyone can order that food at a very cheaper point, that the food cannot be wasted, that can be delivered to any third person at a very cheaper rate. That's why the food they are just saving the food wastage, like Zomato has taken that initiative.
Yeah, that's a wastage. Now we are come to the wastage, how we are linking waste with the emission and LCA. That's a very tricky thing. When you are avoiding the waste, you are avoiding the CO2 emission as well. So CO2 emission comes from different ways. Logistically you are avoiding CO2 if you are avoiding the waste, and if you are putting your food waste in the anaerobic digester, it is also producing energy. So it is avoiding waste and it is reducing CO2. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. I would like to give a different perspective. I am from Coal India Limited. So we are into mining of coal. So what Ranjanji said, that their byproducts or their waste products, so one of their waste products like fly ash, which is being generated and which is very dangerous for the environment. So one they are doing is that they are making the bricks out of that, but the way in which we are using it for stowing purposes. Stowing in the sense, when we cave out the mines, the underground mines, the void which is created by taking out the coal out of that. So we are putting that fly ash into that particular void, so that affects and means that does not affect environmentally, because that entire waste product is being put down in the ground. And another thing, ma'am, when we dig out the coal, we have to take out the overburden, that is the all the stones, the slags, the mud and everything we have to take out, and it's a huge quantity. So if you see that in this part of the region some small mountains are formed, they are not mountains, they are basically overburden which have been removed for digging out the coal. So what as an initiative we have started, we are trying to make sand out of that particular overburden, because sand stowing, requirement of sand, so those particular things are also taken care of by this sustainable mining practices which we are doing. So that's a different aspect altogether, which
Thank you.
I wanted
Thank
to share.
you. Yeah. See, there are different viewpoints for the same concept, right? That's the same thing. What you said, the first point is called verbound. Verbound is verbund or verbound. Pronunciation may be different. It's a German language. The same. Waste of one process will be ingredient for the other process. Verbound is exactly the same. Waste from one process will go as ingredient for the other process. For example, jasmine, it is following this one. Jasmine flower, you might be knowing it is very costly and it is very precious in terms of smell, fragrance. You can make fragrance out of it. Once it is not valuable to be hold as a flower, they crush it and they make fragrance and jasmine oil as well. So, actually it is a waste, and it is going as a fragrance is ingredient for making another new product. So, this is called verbund. Thanks. Another one what you said is mountain, there is no mountain. What is it?
You will see that small sort of mountains have been prepared, that are not natural mountains, those are artificial mountains of the overburden, which we remove to dig out the coal, because coal is found at a depth of 250 meters or 300 meters. So we have to first dig out the overburden, that is the mitti and all, and that mitti and overburden we are converting it into sand, so that ma'am it solves two, three problems.
Reformation of something. Yes. Actually, when he was talking about reformation, something has come to my mind, deforesting. You might be knowing many European countries now they are doing deforesting. Previously we used to say forest is good, but sometimes when forest is emitting CO2 as well, right, sometimes we have to be very careful. Your grandparents might have told you at the time of night, don't stand near the tree because it is emitting. So, deforesting has been made for certain areas purposely, and if you know even in our country, if soil is not enriched with protein, probably will be doing the crop rotation. So, your parents or grandparents, ask them, these are all naturally done. Nobody has taught us how to be green, how to be environmentally friendly. We used to do it, but unfortunately for the past 30-40 years we forgot our natural method of being green. So, that is the reason I am teaching you, and nothing is new in this country. We know it, but we are forgetting to practice it. So, you can be future generation can be a good environmental specialist. So, normally food is wasted in all around the globe, 1/3 of food is wasted, whether it is a rich country or poor country, does not matter, we waste it. And producing and distribution and storing, cooking, all of them are using some level of energy. Energy can be fuel or water, all are energy, but we are wasting all of valuable resources. Each of these are emitting greenhouse gas and contributing to climate change. We cannot blame anyone, everybody is emitting, and poor countries are emitting because of certain things. We are wasting from rich restaurant, but poor people are not having enough food. But we both of us are having certain difficulty. Emitting is happening in western countries because of overselling of the product. Sometimes if discount is given, people will like to buy something which is not required for them. So, they will be putting in the fridge will be emitting chlorofluoroacid. Some scientists are here, yes. Okay, so you know better than me, it is emitting, it is contributing to greenhouse gas. In that case, everybody is doing our part of emission in one way or the other, and we are sending the food for the landfill. If food is given to landfill, there is no point in getting any energy. Sometimes your soil will be enriched, but most of the time it is only going for landfill, no other energy created. But if you give it for anaerobic digester, all the food in IIT Madras, I have seen anaerobic digester, small digester, they are collecting food every day in the canteen, and it's going to the anaerobic digester and energy is created. And another institution, Irvin dairy farm, where I have gone for another project, they have shown how they are collecting the waste from the dairy and anaerobic digester is creating energy. that energy is used for the whole factory. So, self-sufficient in creating energy. So, every household, if we are all young scientists, if you are having some connection with the scientists, we can ask them to make a small prototype of anaerobic digester for your house. In many of the European countries, not in UK, European countries, they are having anaerobic digester for one small street or one house, small level of a digester, it is available. Even in the market, it is available. So, in that way, everybody is trying to save food waste in, they are converting food, even if it is wasted, it is converted into energy. And food is, these are the examples, it is given. If food loss or waste were its own country, it would be the third largest green gas emitter. Food loss, actually we can't avoid it. This is one of the, this is my elaboration from other projects. China is based on the 2011 data. These are the highest emitters for the food waste. China, United States, then food waste is in the middle, this is average. We are comparing with every other country. India is less, India was less, not now, it is about 2012, 12 years back. Russia was in the other place. So, minimum, if average is 4.4, ours was 2.9. Still we can reduce, it was before 10 years, now I heard that the number has gone up, not down. So, we are wasting more and more compared to this. This is again, it is a circular tray site. This is given in many other websites we have seen in European Union website. If you look at it, this is the picture what we are having for prevention. Prevention is the top one. When you go down, finally disposal. Try to prevent. If you can't prevent, redistribute it. If you can't avoid the waste, redistribute. As I said, if you are having some sensor, probably you can redistribute the food before it becomes waste. And if it is not possible to redistribute, make it for animal feed, somehow use it. And then if it is not possible to give it for animal, recycle it, that is the next stage. Okay. Still if you can't recycle, recovery is possible. Recovery is incineration, like anaerobic digester, make something, incinerate and then create energy. I know only anaerobic digester, maybe some other method. You have something else? Anything alternative for anaerobic digester? So, just put the food and it will be making some mix several times, energy will be emitted, you can use it as electricity. Yes.
We have the third party who is
Collecting food.
collecting and is converting to the farmer sides some input for the farming.
Okay. It's
By
making
every day he is collecting food disposal and he is doing that is certified by us also, and how much every day he is taking from us, that is also calculated there. And same thing, he is giving the discount to the farmer also, as per in our behalf.
So, beneficiaries, it is a win-win situation, all are beneficiaries, he is asking.
In our township, there are 3 to 4 canteens are there. Almost 1500 to 2000 people are there who are taking food. So there is a huge quantity of wastage at the end of the day. So these are there is a biomass, biogas producing setup is there. So whatever the wastage generation is collected at the night 12 o'clock and deposited at their biogas plant, and the gas is utilized for cooking purpose. And whatever the residual the composting is generated, and it is utilized for horticulture activities inside the campus. So in both way we are utilizing as a energy and also preparation of food waste. And for awareness, there is also statistical data in urinals and wash basins areas, how much waste is utilized generated on today's or yesterday, and what are the total cumulative wastage generated in 1 month, and what its impact in terms of CO2 generation, and with respect to GDP loss of this kind of awareness is given inside.
Yeah, that's true. Even cow dung is used for producing bioenergy, right? Yeah.
Ma'am, we at our company, we have started one initiatives that under CSR we have done that. two initiatives we have taken. One at Dakshineshwar Kali Mandir in Kolkata, and another is at Varanasi, that is the Kashi Vishwanath temple. On a daily basis, lot of devotees put the flowers they offer to God, and so we have tied up with an NGO, and we have made a plant out of that. That the waste flowers of the flowers which are left over, they are put in a machine which is then converted into a compost and a fertilizer sort of thing, and that is being sold by that particular NGO to generate livelihood, so that their business remains sustainable. We have provided them a plant, we have provided them a separate room out of that, and now it's a totally sustainable business, and they are making compost out of that, the flowers which has being offered, and that is being sold at the market rates all over the place.
Okay. So this is very interesting. I heard of this story. I've been to Varanasi. I've seen that flower collection from the river, and there was another interesting story. If leftover bread is at home, it is being collected. They are making wine out of it, because bread has got the fermentation already. It has got some yeast in it. The yeast is converted into alcohol, and they are selling it. It's happening in Dutch soil, not here. So there are many ways of doing it. Tomato, you might be knowing about tomato waste. Tomato waste is normally converted into fertilizer. This is quite common, even in India it's quite common. But certain waste like jasmine waste, as I said, it cannot be consumed by animal, for your information. It is slightly poisonous. Yes. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jyotsna. I'm working as a quality officer in Food Corporation of India, and I'm dealing with channelization of wheat and rice to 5 districts. Sometimes it happens that we are not able to channelize the food within the specific time. Like if we're preserving wheat, and if it goes more than 5 to 6 months, then there are attack of some stored grain paste in that, like rhizo and all that weevils, and they make a powder, the wheat converted into powder. In that case, that comes under the non-consumable food grains. So government of India has also initiated this, that there is procurement of this type of food grains, and processing them to form ethanol, so that along with the petroleum fuel, ethanol can be used to to decrease the emission of carbon dioxide or monoxide to environment. So that is the use of that waste wheat grains.
This is a government initiative.
Yeah, this
Okay,
one
that's
is
good,
government
that's good,
initiative.
yeah.
And also sugarcane molasses, that is also being collected to produce ethanol. Out of that also, it is under the Government of India initiative to collect that also.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard about that sugar cane waste can be used as a hydroponic base, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's exported to UK. Some. Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you.
It
So
will not only reduce the
Emission.
pollution, it will also reduce the consumption of petrochemicals, like the petrols or diesels, that can be also reduced.
Yeah.
The
Thank
quantity
you.
we are
Thank you very much. Yeah. So it's a great insight. We have so many options, but still it's not enough. That is a question, main question. We are using the options, still we are not succeeding in achieving that target. So what is your final goal? That is a biggest question. If you look at the supply chain and life cycle assessment for every supply chain, evaluation of the input, output and the potential environmental impact. Input, what are the resources you are using, output is the material what you are producing at the end, and environmental impact of each of the logistical services included in bringing the input and output, taking the output. So throughout the life cycle you have to calculate. It is not so easy, you have to have all the information. Identify the trade-offs among alternatives. For example, if you are bringing the item from say Kashmir to here, it's too long. Why can't I take it from something from Calcutta? Is it available? So, what is the alternative arrangement for identifying a similar product and identify the opportunities to improve this system and support environmental decision making. So, environmentally what is good for you? If you are bringing, there are two ways of looking at it, bringing from Kashmir, bringing from Calcutta, one is cheaper, another one is costly, and so that means cost involved, and one is emitting a lot because I am coming from long distance, other one is shorter distance. Always it does not mean shorter distance will have less emission. There are other implications. If you are coming by a different way of transport, say electrical vehicle, emission will be less even if you are coming by Kashmir. Coming from Kashmir through a different way of transport is making less emission than coming from Calcutta by truck. So, you have to find out what is the best for you and support the environmental decisions, achieve the sustainable development. These are all generic things. What we are doing here is we are trying to relate with the project. There are certain projects. Now, if you look at the diagram, manufacturing, then it is coming by a truck, then fuel is being used, again it is going by ship, again it is going for different waste process, actually it is a waste generated in operations. Then after wasting it is going through flight, again it is taken to different places, again it is going to different households. This is exactly happening in every country, it is not only for one country. This is upstream activity, reporting company, downstream activity. This is unavoidable everywhere. We have CO2, not only CO2, CH2, but nitrogen oxide and many other. I am not a scientist, so you can read all the chemicals, all the emissions. Yes, now let me come to my project. This is a REAMIT project. I told you to look at it, reamit.eu. I was one of the 17 members in the group. So, I am not alone in that project. The project ended last year July, www.reamit.eu. So, that means we have to involve so many countries, we involve 5 different countries, European countries. Everywhere the same problem, food waste, food waste, food waste. So, government of it's European, not one government, European Union felt that something would really help. What could really help? The application was submitted with using sensors and big data. Data analytical solutions will be the best to reduce the waste. Initially it was like, how the data analysis will reduce waste? That was the question. But as I told you, sensor was the main element which was collecting the data about the quality, about the route, about so many things. Based on that data analysis, driver was instructed to avoid. One information has changed the whole life of that food product. Food product, instead of going to landfill, it has gone to charity, it has gone to different store. That means one small information, one small sensor size is only this much, 1 inch sensor, but it is giving so much of information. Aim is support to support the food supply chain companies to explore the problem of food waste and the solution to achieve more sustainable food system. You might have noticed in the retail stores, ice cream is kept in one aisle. It is a very low temperature, minus 15, minus 18, minus 20 degrees, but somebody will pick the ice cream. Somebody will pick the ice cream, that ice cream box will be lying in the counter or near basket. After coming to the till, you realize, no, this ice cream is not good for my family, they do not like it. I do not want vanilla, I want chocolate. After 10 minutes you will see, that is your idea. You will go back and put it there, or just you will leave it in the till. Somebody will, okay, you do not need to worry, your mother may say, somebody else will say, you do not need to worry, labor will come and take it, pick it. That means that ice cream, instead of minus 18 degrees, it will be kept in what is outside temperature, maybe 30 degrees for 10 minutes or 30 minutes sometimes. Even if you keep for 1 minute, the temperature will go differently. So, it will become, instead of minus 18, it will become minus 5 degrees. That means you are spoiling the quality. Somebody will come definitely and put it back in the shelf. but the quality is changed. How do you know the quality is changed? Because the sensor will tell you the quality is not the same. When you buy a big box of ice cream might have been defrosted and then refrosted. So, level of the ice cream, it will tell you it is not in the same level. That means, you are assessing the different stages, sorry, achieving. So, here food system, food waste, you are going to assess different stages in that particular scenario. So, in the food supply chain, where the food is getting wasted, where the quality is going down. If you are getting ice cream from Amul ice cream, if it is sold in say Kanyakumari, that is a south tip, how much travel is taken and how can you maintain the temperature? Can you maintain the temperature in the truck? I do not know what supply chain stage is having difficulty in maintaining the same quality. Assess the now we have used this this is Remit IoT technology used for the project. So, as a project partner we can say Remit officially. They have used only available IoT sensors, but I am not an expert in sensor. I was in the project for different purposes. Sensors were fitted by our experts. That is how it has helped. How it has helped to maintain the LCA main phases of. I am covering only LCA calculation for this for today's lesson. Inventory analysis, we have taken the inventory of all the extracts. How do we do it? We ask the suppliers, in your production, how many hours you are keeping the refrigerator in minus 18 degrees? How many hours you are using your refrigerator? So, minus 18 degrees, how many hours used, whether your refrigerator was full or half empty, all are creating some impact. So, for example, if your refrigerator is defrosting time, your quality of food is not the same, it is not maintained in the same temperature. So, how many times do you defrost your refrigerator? All are giving some answer. If it is happening frequently, we will say emission is higher, quality is lower. So, this conversion, there is a table, we have used the table, I am showing the table. Based on the table, we have put tick mark for everything. Yes, it is correct, it is maintained. 2 times defrosting is okay. If you are doing 4 times defrosting, you are less than the one quality, one scale less. So, we have made the interpretation. So, this interpretation is based on your projects, what you are doing. If you are going to retail store, if you are doing a MCA project, sorry, MBA project, your project is only to maintain the temperature only in one vending machine or only one refrigerator. So, based on your project, you have to make the interpretation. Actually, it is very subjective. Everyone will agree that it is very subjective. The temperature maintenance in big factories are minus 22, minus 25 degrees for ice cream. When it comes to retail store, they will say it is minus 18 to minus 20 degrees. But when it comes to your fridge, your normal fridge, even though they claim it is minus 18, no household fridge will be minus 18. So, the quality is different. So, we are trying to help the we are trying to help and improve the green performance, but we are considering the companies based on the companies changing mission. Every time they will be changing mission on eco-friendly based on the governmental regulation. If government is saying that your refrigerator should maintain minus 20 degrees every single day, then only I will give you permission, they will change it. So, based on the expectation from the government. So, this is a tool we used, and we have got some special research assistants. They have made the analysis, and every analysis was calculated based on the company's regulation in line with the governmental regulation. These are all examples from the company. You can see inventory database is considered for each of the every resource, and then LCIA is calculated using food weight into factor, how much is factored in. Some chicken may be of 20% factor in, and maybe other ingredients will be factored for 30%, totally 100%. So, this factor is based on again the company, the food weight and then factor all are considered, the calculation is made. now this calculation is available in the paper. If you are interested, go to sustainability, it is there in the next one. So, final result, (46.8 ton of CO2 for that company, 46.8.
If the trend changed, they will immediately go for a trend change. Even if the product is very nice, what they are carrying, it has a long life. Ma'am, what to do about that? Can we calculate that thing from here?
Trend change we can't calculate. What we can calculate is only CO2. Trend change is separate, it's a
From
marketing.
regarding the perspective of goods, also I am talking like they discard it, so they anyhow become a waste.
See, discarded material, if it is not perishable, still it will be wood, cardboard, metal. We have a table for what is the emission for each of this, right sir? Is it right? You are using some metal, steel, right? Are you having CO2 emission for each of the metal thickness? Based on the thickness, what is CO2 emission if you are wasting?
Yeah, basically we are using like the which grade is it and how we are using that. Suppose that material is using in the oily area, then we will treat according to that. If we have painted that material, then we will use it like that. So every material we have calculated from the beginning that how we will be treated as that.
Thank you. So, based on the age of the material, so what you are saying is about a product. Product is not considered as a product, we have to disassemble everything. So, when you are dismantling, we will be having age, usage and then CO2 of that particular product if it is disposed completely, landfilled. Whether you are remanufacturing, you have to decide what is the CO2. Most of the items are not landfilled. Nowadays, we are having component based recycling. So, we will talk about it during our tea time. Now, let me stop for a while, we will go for tea. Thank you.
Does anyone have any question? Any question?
So, go to this paper if you are interested. There are 12 papers from the project. Same project, we have made 12 papers, one for food, one for only the transportation. So, not all of them with my name, I think I am in 5-6 papers because it is a very big team. You can see all the papers based on life cycle assessment, based on recycling, upcycling. We have got one paper, if you are interested, go for the milk, human milk foundation paper. It's very interesting to read in the sustainability in this particular edition. Human milk foundation, breast milk is transported from hospital or house to the other babies, how it is saving millions of people, millions of small babies. Okay, so okay, you can read all, it is a very interesting read from the project. I will say bye now.
We'll have a tea break for half an hour. Okay.
I hope you are fresh in your mind now. The question mainly you asked about how to do LCA for the local products. Local products, these are all the counts given by the European Union or European Commission, but we have every country the same LCA for the common products. The calculation is the same. If you want to go something with the Indian context based, Indian based products, you can go for the list from India. You have to identify where is it available. It is available for every different country. However, orange mango it is the same. So, we will not differentiate anything from European mango and Indian mango. So, these are all the common contention of calculation. So, this is the table which is produced in the paper. There are crops introduced and calculations are given from the list. You can calculate the numbers. So, as I told you, go to the paper, you will identify how to do it. The database is very long, we cannot calculate in one particular hour. LCA calculation is based on the list of items what you are calculating. There was a question before our break. How do we calculate for imported items? It is a very good question. So, I said imported item, we do not know how it was done, whether the soil was emitting too much, and the soil, if you are using some fertile soil, the water consumption was less, it would have been less for imported item. But if the soil was different, they would have used more water, but we do not know how it was grown. If it is for example, strawberries are coming from Sweden or strawberries are coming from other European countries, we are consuming it here. If it is coming from outside, how do you know what soil and what water, what energy was used? So, we cannot do all these things, we have to ask the supplier. When they are connected with you, according to the law of import and export, we have to have the CO2 emission calculation before it comes to the country. So, before it comes to the country, importer and exporter in both the ways they will be having the calculations. And if it is a fair trade product, definitely it will have the information, fair trade product. I do not know what is equivalent here, can anyone say what is equivalent here? Fair trade product is fair trade only. Okay. So, for example, if you are having the fair trade product, if you are using some cattle, if you are bringing for example, Brazil chicken, it is very famous in other countries, Brazil chicken, if they are bringing Brazil chicken to UAE, they might be knowing how much emission happened in the farm, how much emission happened in the transportation. So, all the information will be collected through the supplier, that is the answer for you. So, no, you cannot go and collect it, it is a standard process and you will not be collecting in every single transaction, you have to collect it as a importer. So, there is a table which is given to you, you have to agree on, your government should agree on, then only you can bring the product here. So, UAE is bringing some chicken from outside, but nowadays every country is having self-sufficient number of chickens, they do not need to bring from other countries. But Brazil chicken is still it is famous, not for not having the product, they are bringing for the sake of getting new taste. So, before bringing to one country, every country will be having the assessment of LCA for imports. So, these are the examples. When you are having the LCA calculation, global warming calculation is automatically embedded in the system. Some countries, some companies are having it. As a standalone every country has got as a standalone framework. So, LCA calculation is giving global warming impact of that particular company and fossil resource scarcity, how much is happened because of importing or exporting or growing or transporting, whatever it is. This is only example from the case study, you can do it for your particular case. Now, let me say particular case study so that you can relate it. MCHOP is a case which is conducted mainly conducted by me and my team, and I have written this paper again in the same set of 12 papers. MCHOP is a company which is African food processing company, African food processing company. They are making African ready meals and they are combining multicultural traditions. For example, if they are African, if they are selling to UK household or UK, it is available in the underground of London, vending machine for this, but who is eating all not only Africans, Europeans, Britishers, Asians, all are eating the food. That means, they should be catering to the different culture and different traditions. So, the food aroma is different than African, they are mixing different spices in order to make sure that they are catering to the greenness of the country, because in UK everything should be responsibly sourced. So, the product should come from fair trade products. The products what they are using, the ingredients what they are using in the mix and assembly and processing, it should be responsibly sourced. So, suppliers are also obliged to make less CO2 emission, and it is free from any additives. These are the conditions. Food should not have any color additives and any acid or any external extra element. Coloring is not allowed, no flavoring, extra flavoring, environmentally friendly and recyclable packaging. See how to maintain this, because they are doing in the vending machine. If you are putting the environmental package very light cardboard, it will break. The vending machine is working in such a way, if you are pressing the choice chicken with Indian spice, chicken with African spice, two different choices. Indian spice, if you press it, it will be choosing the package, it is already in the carton, that carton will open, it will burst, it will go to the microwave in a different package. So, microwave will be heating and it is a partly baked, a partly cooked, it will be cooked for nearly 10 to 15 minutes, then it will come to your hand as a piping hot product. So, vending machine chicken, just imagine if you are having this, how can you maintain environmentally friendly recyclable packaging? This is a success story of Young Shop. They are maintaining greenness in the starting point of resources. Resources are green resources, that means everybody is fair trade seller, and they are using the packaging as well as a fair trade product. Packagings are really having environmentally friendly package, the package will be recycled immediately if you put it in the bin. So, this is the company, how they are doing LCA. We are talking about the company operations as well as LCA. So, IoT sensor is kept, that is the biggest part of our project. Already the company was having it. We are not teaching them how to cook, we are not teaching them how to make the packaging. What we are telling them is how to keep the IoT sensor. IoT sensor is kept in the vending machine. Vending machine has got refrigerator in one side, items are stored in the refrigerator, then it comes to the vending machine. If you look at this diagram, it is very tiny, I do not know whether you can see. Food materials production, it goes to the material transportation stage and then preparation is happening. Raw material is converted into the food preparation. So, food preparation has got many different raw materials and cooking is happening. Finally, it is finalized, food is done, now they have to freeze it. This is the freezing. Freezer is having sensor. Here we have sensor 1. That sensor 1 will say the freezing temperature is not reduced beyond -18 or it is not going above, no fluctuation in that. So, that is one quality assurance. Second is, this is long term freezing. If when you are removing something, when you open the freezer, you might be knowing the temperature will fall quickly, but nobody is opening, it is automated in this vending machine, but in the office, in the main storage area, they will be opening. So, we have to have sensor in the production sector. When you are going to the vending machine has also got sensor in the refrigerator as well as the piping hot, that temperature should also be maintained and measured. So, when you are looking at it, this process here, one vending machine sensor, here we have second sensor, and here we are having in the consumption, no, in the consumption quality. Some survey will be done for quality. If quality is not maintained, who will buy it? And especially in our country, in India, everything is available in fresh. In other countries, European countries, they are believing the quality of the food when it comes from vending machine. So, even if they are not having fresh food, they are happy with the frozen and vending machine piping hot food. So, quality is to be maintained. Because of that quality, they are buying more and more product because of these sensors. What happens? These sensors are working together. If it goes down or up, if fluctuation in the temperature happens, information goes to the company. Your machine is not working well, and then today night, midnight, the temperature was different because of defrosting. That information will go down quickly. The person will go to vending machine, remove all the items. He will not sell through vending machine. It will be replenished with the new item. So what happens to the existing item? Who will eat it? They can quickly sell it. They can sell it to the normal, say another market they are having other than vending machine, they are selling through online. It is not wasted one, but it has to be consumed quickly rather than waiting for another 1 month. So it can be sold quickly. So same value, quality is maintained. Instead of actually it is a prevention measure. Instead of selling it after 1 month, they are selling it now. That's it. So this is the way we are using technology for maintaining quality. It's one company. Maybe every day they will be selling 200, 300, but they have got many branches now. So they will be selling more than that. If you could save the waste, save from waste, then you are maintaining the environmental sustainability. Validation, how we are validating for LCA, value is given kilograms. As I said, we have to take the weight into factor. The weight is a main factor, then how much importance are given. When you look at this table, this is a calculation they made it for that company. Means every company will have different calculation. It is no single, not one size is fitting all, no one size calculation. That is the same for steel company, same for food company. Even if you are having different numbers, if you look at beans, pepper, emission is same. The calculation of CO2 is one, but according to the weight it will be converted into different number. For example, if you are having 1200 kilos of beans, and if you are having for every kilo emission of bean say 5 milligram, I am not sure how much is that, then this is for only beans. Okay, so this is based on what we are doing for only beans. You have to calculate for pepper, water, plastic bag. This calculation list is long, very long. So based on what you are considering. Hotspot analysis meaning is when you are calculating, suddenly you have to go and check in that particular stage, only in one stage, not in all the stages. These are all the acronyms for different products, yeah. You go to the paper, you will see what are each one of them. Okay. It is a green waste, you can see what is it is green waste. Can anyone see in the paper? Have you opened the paper? I told you before we went for the break. These are all explained in the paper. Okay. So again validation is made. Okay. Finally, our verdict: if you are using the sensors, 2304 kilogram of CO2 equivalent emission per year can be cut off if you are using sensors. For one company, this is for one company, only for I think it is for chicken, only for chicken. So imagine every ingredient, through doing this way, sensors can help you to reduce the waste. This much of waste is reduced per year for one company. So as MBA student, you can do for one particular company, you can make it as a project. You can go to any local company, you can ask them, can I help you to identify what is LCA? You can do voluntarily. You can make this kind of calculation easily. Go to the paper, take some table from there, go to the main website where the numbers are given for CO2. Okay, you try in your mobile phone or computer, calculator.carbonfootprint.com. if you are using any of this calculation, let us take a simple calculation, one example. Who has traveled a long distance today? Anybody travel from outside the city? Okay, shall I make it as 150? Anybody has traveled 150? Okay, I travel 15,000 kilometers. Okay, let me have it. And not the car, I will go back. I will use flight. Type it stopover. Oh, site. I'll show you. This one, the second one. In the meantime, you can try from your side. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me take something notional. How to say Calcutta? Kolkata. So, my one trip emitted CO2 3.1 ton of emission. So, I am the biggest emitter. It does not mean that I cannot, I will not be traveling. We have to travel, certain things cannot be avoided. So, how do you avoid the CO2? Here in this case, government has made some implication of CO2 emission. If you are emitting more, you have to pay more. So, green tax is added. If you are looking at the ticket carefully, it is not only VAT, VAT is not just for the business what you are doing, VAT is also including your CO2 emission. So, emission tax, all of us are paying some tax for the car, driving car tax is also including emission. So, emission tax is included. So, here we are having emission tax and we can calculate and accordingly you can work on. If you are going by car every single day as a single occupant in the car, you can call your friends, you can share your car, it is called car share. Officially it was registered as a car share by UK. Once in 2010, I do not know when was it introduced, I wanted to add myself in the car share option. That means every day you will be sharing with someone and then you will be using only one parking slot. Now we are having car share and auto share and many other different things, but before 20 years when it was introduced, they were having only one motivation of reducing cost and reducing CO2. Okay, let me go back to our slide. So you can calculate and accordingly you can work on. Go to this slide please. Next slide. So if you want to have some extra reading, you can go with this LCA calculation. It's in detail where you can find the data, how you can calculate CO2, it's given here. I've just shown the tables, it's only the output, but how the calculations are made and how to make each stage of the calculation. So you can go to Costa. It's not my paper, it's only the project paper. You can go to 12 papers. There are 12 papers in the same series. You can see all of the papers. Okay, conclusion, LCA tool has been created, but it's mainly to having in mind to potentially decrease the CO2 emission, and you are having greater impact on the food supply chain as well as different supply chains. Here we have talked about only food supply chain, and tool is fully functional for different stages of LCA. You can include raw material, supplier, transportation, manufacturing, distribution, retailer, anything in it. LCA results demonstrated that the contribution of IoT technology increased the company's impact by around 0.4%. You may be laughing, why only 0.4%? But 0.4% itself is a very high amount, and when everybody is doing properly, then you will gain the highest number of CO2 emission. However, considering the reduction of food waste generation of 2%, again 2%, it's possible to decrease the environmental impact by 2304 kg. Just if you are reducing 2% of waste, you are contributing in a different way. The impact will be reduced, impact of carbon dioxide emission will be reduced, global warming will be controlled. These are all possibilities, but in order to reach the 2030 ambition of UN sustainability goal, it's very difficult. You have seen the first slide. In 2030, United Nations are trying to achieve certain CO2 emission goal. It is not very easy for us. Everyone should contribute, starting from food, and then now we are talking about textile. How many of you are wearing the textile with recycled material? I don't see anyone here. All are having, we are all having cotton, right? Yes, recycled material. It is available in Debenhams in my place, and Splash, it's in UAE. You might be having same thing here. Are we buying it? Your parents, will they allow you to buy for upcycled product for higher price, but it's only material from PET bottles. Have you seen such material? I recently bought it. Normally the shirt is for 50 pounds, for example. Recycled one, it's upcycled from PET bottles, it's 100 pounds. First of all, you should be ready to give more money for something which is not virgin material. It's recycled material from PET bottle. It's very amazing to see, right? I should have brought it here. It's a silky kind of material. It's a polyester because it's from PET bottle. The fiber comes from PET bottle, and initially I felt it will be itching my skin. I was so skeptical in using it. Then when I used it was okay. That means we have to have the mindset to accept certain changes in textile. Fast fashion is the one which is difficult to calculate LCA. I think you mentioned it, right? Fast fashion, how do you know where it comes from, and how do you know what are the layers can be ripped off from the dress? This is quite common nowadays. When you are giving your old dress or old material, they will rip it off, all the yarns will be taken out. If it is a cotton, it's a different story. If it is a polyester, it's a different story. That means you should have a different production line. for taking the yarn out. So, it is not very simple, that means I am spending more money on recycling. Instead of saying recycling, I have to say it is upcycled, because I am spending more money, I am improving the value, but who is giving the certification it is upcycled? Customers. Customers should give some importance for the recycled material. If you are ready to buy for the higher price, then it will become upcycled material. So, here the problem is we are not having enough mindset of people to buy the upcycled or recycled material. These are again I have given these from my papers, most of them about the waste in textile or in food or in different manufacturing like polypropylene, UV treated jute bags. There are many interesting stories. If you have time, just read only the stories, you do not need to worry about the mathematical modeling. Most of the papers are having two sides, one side of case study and other side how to convert into a mathematical modeling, because I am mathematician, I cannot avoid doing some mathematics in it. So, I have done the modeling as well. So, if you have time, you just go for it. Intervention based model, the last one is about Ford company. It is not directly mentioned about the company, but it is related to the supply chain of the Ford company. And the third one, I am talking about fifth one, that is Ford company. First one is food supply chain. Second one is very interesting, it is about the jute company, jute bags. See, normally when we buy jute bag, yesterday we have been given with, how long do we use it? Use it for 1 year, 2 years? Once the one handle is gone, we will just throw it. Right? Instead, just imagine if somebody is ready to collect the jute bag from you, whether it is a small or big one, they are trying to make it as a perfect bag again and giving it to you. You may be happy to do it, right? Because it is not going to cost you anything, even if it is costing, it is a small amount. This is happening in the company, it is a company level, they are selling millions of bags, not just one bag, and jute bags are used mainly for pharmaceutical and cosmetics. Pharmaceutical companies are using and cosmetic companies are using big jute bags. And UV treated meaning is all the nasty things, dirt will be removed, UV treatment, ultraviolet rays. So, the bag will become fresh, new, fresh again to be resold. They will be selling to the same buyer. So, in that case they are having the reverse logistics, they are getting the value, it is upcycled, but the price is lower. So, it is recycled, name is given as recycled. So, if you are interested, just go through any of the third one, we are going to talk about little bit in your case study session, somewhat similar. So, yeah. So, calculating emission already we talked about, but this is somewhat extra example of what is product life cycle, marketing and sales perspective. Why people are saying that my company is green? What is the reason? Businesses are working for profit, right? Always businesses are working for profit. Some businesses they are not for profit, very few. But when you are talking about product life cycle, is it really impacting the marketing people? Is it impacting the sales objective of the marketing people? Of course, if I say proudly my company is following green objectives, my company is having less CO2, then people will be ready to buy, your brand image is improved. For example, if I am saying my company is using textile products with chemical dye, people will say chemical dye, no, it is not good, it will be contaminating water. If I say my company is using the products, textile products with that is natural dye, yes, it is very interesting, but if you look at the background of it, natural dye is taking 30 times of liquid than the chemical dye, because concentration is very less. So, you have to use more dye, natural dye compared to the chemical dye. So, it is very time consuming, you have to press too many pomegranates in order to get one color. if it's a chemical dye, one small bottle will be enough. It means there is a lot of pain to be taken to be in the greener side, but your image is uplifted. How many people are ready to buy the higher value product? They do not understand the importance of chemical, non-chemicals, so they will not pay money. This is only for nowadays, it is only for European to buy the bio items. How can we change the mindset of people in order to incline to buy the high value bio products?
One perfect example is organic food items. Whenever we are going to a mall, there is a separate section for organic products. So certain kind of consumers are there, who are looking for organic product only. Like Tata are preparing some organic product, they have a premium price for that product. So definitely it creates a value for these customers, whether they should go for organic or not. So in this way they are prioritizing a brand image. These are organic product, and who are conscious regarding organic product, they definitely go there. And if even if they are requiring some premium price also, people are ready to go. But at the same time, if you are not branding your product properly, if you are just keeping that mixed with organic, non-organic, that will not create any image, because people only think the price only. But if you are advertising that they are more organic, they are more health conscious, then only people can go for the organic products. In this way, marketing also plays a vital role for advertising your life cycle things or sustainable things.
So advertising and promoting the product through marketing strategies. Now we are coming to the point of strategies. Strategies are making the people's mindset to change. Mindset will not change suddenly all over within a fraction of second. You cannot change your mind, but main thing what we say is inculcate the habit of being green to young children. So child education will be having certain sustainability lessons in the class. Now all the schools are having, probably it can be having the cascading effect to all of us. We are learning from young people now. They will be teaching in the future, parents, you have to behave like this, you should not buy other one. So there are certain stages in the life cycle, especially for automobile. We talked little bit about it, it's only the outline. We'll be talking about environmental perspective. So its perspective is connected with the child's education. This is the one everyone knows about it. Product life cycle is always having this kind of a structure. It's a evergreen, we can't change it. When once the product is introduced, it will be growing for some time, it will be achieving the growth at maturity level, then the product will be having the end, so declining slowly, like our mobile phones. This is a common diagram, anybody can understand whether you are in marketing or in the production or anywhere. So this is the same life cycle for every product. Some of the items are going to be crushed, like car is one big example. We are having the raw material from different parts of the country or different countries, then it is assembled, product is going to these different stages. Once you are overusing, you are not happy with this, it's not to use, you have to scrap it, you are sending it for scrapping, then tires and other things are taken out, dismantling, the tires are going to be sold separately, engine can be sold separately. That is what our person is doing here. They are just crushing it, am I right? They are doing this. So much of value is generated from this, here value generation. That means it is not waste, metal can be taken out from this crushed car, then it is value generation for the car. When you are looking at it, this is normally given for my students, they will be filling this. So now you are going to fill it. Okay. From other country, outside the country, wherever you are, if you are in India, it is coming from outside. If I am in Dubai, I will say it is coming from outside. So manufacturing, testing, quality control, everything is done outside the country, and they are keeping it in the warehouse, then they are sending to the country. Okay, it is coming to India, for example, it is manufactured somewhere. It is coming to India through international shipping, freight or warehousing, anything, all of them are having some CO2 emission. Is it right? What are the activities involved? Now, I am not talking about CO2. What are the activities involved here? International shipping, what activity? Name 5 activities. Can be shipping activity, freight activity, or warehouse activity. Anybody?
Right from manufacturing of the product.
After manufacture.
After manufacturing, first is transportation to the port.
Yeah.
Then again, metal will be loaded in the port.
Loading, yeah.
Then while loading, we need machineries like a crane,
Yeah,
or a forklift sort of things. Then again unloading, machine is required.
So movement of good shipping, yeah.
Then again from port to warehouse, transportation by good,
So
trucks.
transportation.
And
Okay.
again to respective selling locations or retail outlets.
So delivery to different location. So this is the key. I want
And
this answer.
Retail
Okay.
shop also. They are using AC. They are using all sort
So
of
that
things.
means hundreds of
Carbon.
activities. I say only 5 activities. There are hundreds of activity. When you lift again CO2, when you put it down again CO2, when you are doing all this kind of activities, if number of activities are more, emission is also more. You can say, why should I have so many activities? I will use a crane, I will be moving the crane, but still movement of crane is also involving CO2. CO2 emission activity, normally I will ask students list 10, which is highest CO2 emission activity, what is the lowest CO2 emission activity, where can you reduce the activity. See, if you know about the retail store, I am combining 2 different things. When you are entering the big shops, normally what you see here, there will be aisle, this is a retail store layout. We have studied layout as a one of the course materials in your MBA. This is a layout of retail stores. You will be moving so when you are going to retail store, these are the shelves. When you are entering here, some items will be kept here for display, which is attracting you, and you would have gone only for buying milk. You are buying so many different items because milk is at the end. So, this is called layout of retail stores, common for any country. If you look at any country, this is the layout. Milk is here, milk will not be kept at the same aisle, or it should be opposite, diagonally opposite. It can be here or it can be here, you can change the position. Milk and bread diagonally opposite, that is the rule of thumb for many of the retail stores. Why? Why? Yes, give the.
Ma'am, milk and bread are a very consumable goods. Many people regularly buy, but the many products are not be regularly that product they can buy because they are not interested for that. But after that, this is product, new product is launched, then they attract the product.
Yeah, attract. So correct, exactly, you are spot on. So when you are talking about more activities in the operations, more CO2. When there are more activity in the retail store, we are not talking about CO2, it is converted into the sale. So that means activity is not bad, activity is good for certain areas, activity is not good for other areas. Here activity meaning is walking around the aisle. If you are walking more and more, your items will be sold. And if you are keeping the layout in such a way diagonally opposite milk and bread, probably you will not be having the same kind of welcoming approach. Students will be okay, they will walk. My parents, if they are going, if I am going, I want to pick up quickly milk and bread, I do not want to walk around. But retailers, they want to make you walk more. So, more walking in the retail sector meaning is more purchase from the consumers. So, activities are not bad, activities are required only when there is a need For retailer there is a different need, for manufacturer of other sector there is a different need. Okay, examples are given for emission. This is again you can go with the Scarborough, FCRN, both of them are giving the scale how much CO2 is emitted for meat. Meat from different countries, sometimes it is different emission number. You can ask me why. If you are already gone through the website, you will say meat from Australia is different emission. The reason is Australian chicken and others, they are chicken and goat, they are all in open space, emission is different. If chicken is in cage, emission is different. So, the numbers are slightly changing, but fruits and vegetables same number, almost the same number. I have given this in 2 different places, I guess you can see the examples. So, these are just examples of each car how much emission, average emission. I do not know which car you are driving, yeah, Vauxhall, Toyota. I am driving Toyota now. So, my car emission is much lower compared to Opel. So, we can see how much emission is happening. This is the activity for you, just start doing this activity. Now, let me explain this. Now, you have brought your car, okay. After import it has come to you from shipyard. For customers it is taking some 10 grams per day. How many days normally we keep? Normally 3 days. So, 10 grams per day, so 3 days, so 30 grams. This is a simple activity, you can fill it. Now, you fill it. So, do not look at this. Okay. Are you getting the same answer? So, this is outside the country, 120 gram happening outside the country. On 20 grams per day, 30 days. Okay, what is the interpretation? Now, yeah, it takes time because we are using calculator. I think it is correct number, 40,000, right. What is the interpretation? That is our main part, not the calculation. We have 40,570 grams of CO2 in the life of 10 years of saloon car, not 4-wheel drive. If you are having one Toyota Eco, I do not know what you have, Avensis, Toyota, what car is available here? Camry. So, saloon car, any saloon car. If you are using this, is it a high number or not? 40,570 grams for 10 years. It is not high number. If you divide it for every year, the count is not very high. So, what is the benchmark standard to have the emission? What is best? We are always saying best, better, good. How? only by comparison, right? When you are comparing your car with other car, we say this is the one. But some cars, they claim that they don't have emission, you don't need to pay tax. Mercedes, I think A series, they have introduced Mercedes A series 200, I got this A200. Yeah, e-vehicle, I come to that point. E-vehicle is very controversial yet in the papers, in literature. This is a diesel car, A20 Mercedes. They claim that they don't have emission. So, less emission, it's within the limit, so they don't need to pay emission tax. No emission tax. I am talking about my experience. It is not the emission tax. What he is talking about, it is true. Battery operated car, it is not having emission. So, I do not need to pay emission tax. But now the recent papers, they are discussing, how can you say it is not having emission after the battery life? Battery should be disposed of completely, and you have to see only after 10 years whether it is having some emission or not. You cannot say it now. That is argument. I do not know how far it is true. You are all working in that sector, you know it. Battery operated car, it has got a different battery than what you are using in the other cars. Right. So, any idea? Lithium battery, what battery is this?
In case of the battery used in diesel and petrol cars, they have a buyback options. Either the company or there is a retailer who is taking the buybacks, then he is using the plate again to hydrogen powered vehicle. It is under process only. The main thing is that how during the process of hydrogen preparation, it also is energy consuming task. So basically in nowadays hydrogen operated on a vehicle is a costly affair. But if the preparation of hydrogen plant, if it is sourcing is renewable energy like solar or wind, then it can nullify the excess of CO2 emission. So in this sector also a lot of work is going on how to make green hydrogen. So whenever this green hydrogen concept is fully operational, then only we can say that hydrogen operated vehicles are fully green.
So we have to wait until it's completely operational, right?
Yes, yes. Another thing is that since you are taking an example of food industries, I would suggest, since you are attending lots of conferences, you have to awareness. Like in health conscious cases, every good restaurant, they give a caloric value how much we are consuming against each food. So that you may think that this is a fancy thing that these hotels are notifying what is the calorific value, so that the people will be more conscious what to take or what to not take. Similarly, if any item is there, if you put against that item how much water is consumed against each item, that will be beneficial for the users, how much water are wasted against this items. Like if you are ordering a rice, total amount of water is consumed to produce that rice. If it is mentioned, it will be a health conscious towards environment.
Thank you. Actually, it is a very good idea. Instead of giving only nutritional value and calories, you have to give how much energy is input in that particular product. For example, for making one apple, we are spending 150 liters of water until it's grown. So we are not making one apple, right? Apple tree will be giving 50-100 apples at that period. So when you are making the calculation, each apple has taken 150 liters of water to become a full edible apple. That means we have to mention how much water, how much other resources are used in that. It's a very good idea. We have to put it forward to the government. And
again, one thing is that in last 10 it is a fashion to use bottled water in good restaurants. So we can make also awareness all people not to use packaged water, because the countries, like all countries, they don't have water. Yes, they may use the packaged water, but in like India, where water is freely available there, they can use simply purified water like aquaguard water. But it's become a fashion to use packaged water. Yesterday I was in a restaurant.
Sustainability.
Ma'am, the same happens in our hostel. When we ask for milk or tea, they ask us to bring our own cups. So that there was an initiative here where they mentioned that we will not be using those plastic cups for the tea, coffee or milk. So in the hostels, it's like we need to take our own cup and they'll fill it and they'll give it to us.
So, it is our consciousness when we are talking about sustainability, we have to be sustainable, and I should thank you that every day they are giving me in glass, not giving any plastic. So, we can avoid plastic. I do not say plastic is completely bad, but we can avoid using it. If our globe is using same plastic what we are already having, it may come for another 20 years. We do not need any new plastic. We can recycle the existing plastic, still we can survive. So, that is a conclusion for now. I will be seeing you with case study afterwards, after lunch. You have to read the case study, please. We have seen so much. Strategy is not complete. Strategy is going to be in the case study. We have not completed strategy yet. There are many strategies. One is LCA, we have done it. LCA is one kind of strategy. There are hundreds of strategies. We are seeing 2 to 3 strategies in the paper. Okay. Please read it. I will discuss it later. Thank you.
Anyone has to ask anything? Questions?
Ma'am, I was been with our railway, Indian Railway. I used to purchase water bottle for 20 rupees, 1 liter water bottle for 20 rupees for from some companies actually. Then I found that Rail Neer, one particular brand, it is available in 15 rupees. It is giving 1 liter with 15 rupees.
15,
And government introduced another scheme that if you bring your own bottle, then we'll fill it for 5 rupees.
Ah, very good.
And if you are not having bottle, we'll provide you bottle and we'll take 8 rupees for that 1 liter bottle. So it went for around 2 to 3 years, I've seen. But later the local retailers, they complained that we need to sell our 20 rupees bottle for 1 liter. So that thing went this thing.
Yeah.
Ma'am, how is this can be managed?
Actually,
Because
these are all business competition. I cannot comment on the business competition in politics. However, if we are boycotting certain things, if you are buying not instead of saying boycotting, if you are trying to buy only which is sustainable to us, to our pocket as well as for the green, then we will be majority for it. So, when we show our support to the refilling purposes, then other thing will be fading away naturally, right. So, that is the only way I feel it is possible. And you know, I am not in this country for many years. Come back for a certain reason now for the delivery of this, but in my experience, I could confidently say when everybody is showing the solidarity for a certain procedure, it will become a norm later. So, if you are showing the unity and solidarity for particular aspect, then other thing will fade away. Your majority will be the norm for the future. Is it correct? The norm means it will become a regular thing. That is why we are making the changes in life. Refilling is a very good option. We are avoiding plastic, and refilling concept is there in many places. Even the shampoo can be refilled. You might be knowing. We do not need to buy shampoo and soap, liquid soap. I do not buy every time. I can take my liquid soap container, I can refill it. Similarly, there are many other things we can refill. So, why not water then? Water is a basic commodity, and we normally when I was a child, we have not paid any money for water. I have never seen that concept of buying water, honestly. Until I was in this country, no, it was very rare to buy water. Nowadays, I think it has become a very normal thing. Anything else? Thank you. Yes, we have to make the changes. Nobody is going to come and help us. We ourselves should stand up for us and make the changes. Rather than agitation, we can show solidarity in positive things, then it will become a normal change over the period of time. Okay. Thank you very much. Shall we finish this? Welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. This is one of the real case studies what we are going to discuss today. This case study was conducted in India. It has come from a very cool company. It is published in the case center. If you have read this case, you might appreciate that how important the supply chain, especially about the fruit and vegetable supply chain. Here the case which is titled as Mission Not Accomplished, how to realize the full potential from the fresh produce supply chain. Fresh produce, life may not be more than 3 to 7 days, maximum 7 days. It is a case from India. You might have read this, but still it is my duty to tell you briefly what is covered in this case, so that you can answer some of the questions. Case study reading is not like a story reading, it is slightly different. You have to skim through first. You might have seen the method of reading the case. You have to skim through first, that means you are just reading without any pre-notion. You are not giving any value, subjective value to the case. The second reading, we have to do 2 times reading. Second reading should be focused on your specific topic. That means you have to look for supply chain, fresh fruits and vegetables, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, technology, and then whatever you are looking for based on your topic. If you are MBA student, if you are looking at a financial aspect, what is a cost? If you are MBA student who are interested in IT, you have to look for technology related topic. The same case can be viewed differently by different students. So, this case was produced only mainly for students. It was written for students. It is not the biased case, it is a neutral case. There are many different cases. One is critical case, the second option is plain case, that means as it is. So, this is as it is case. None of the arguments are favoring the company, and it is not against the company as well. It is saying only the fact what is given in the case company. Sorry, it is founded in 2015. Way Cool is the pioneering company which has come from innovative idea of one of the IIT alumnus. He was from IIT Chennai, and he felt that why do we need to have the supply chain of food and vegetable from long distance? Why can't we do it locally? So, he pioneered the idea of having even it is not given, some of the things are not given. In the morning session we talked about organic. He created organic supply chain, and he has created the supply chain in such a way it will be catering to the normal middle class and low income group as well as high income group. How it is different? If you are buying a pack of onion, in the pack 6 onions same size, the price of that pack is much higher than the normal onion. In western countries we have everything mainly in packaging. All onions, all oranges should be of same size. If it is of different size, then price will be lower. So, based on those aspects in mind, he created the company of catering to different purposes. Its Way Cool is transforming the food supply chain in India to bring significant value addition. Value addition, not necessarily have to spend too much of money in it, even freshness is a value addition. If you remember, I said strategies, and I have not mentioned lean as a strategy. Lean is a production strategy, it is a production method, production tool, production technique, but it is a strategy. Strategy for the investors, for lean investors, they will be investing only in 3 different product line, 3 different missions. If I say agile is also a strategy. Agile for distribution purposes, they will say agile delivery, I will be using someone who can deliver it tomorrow's delivery. So, it is a strategy. So, everything is embedded, all these techniques and tools are having certain strategy in mind. Yesterday we had case study which was talking about the functional product and innovative product. So, functional product one strategy, innovative product following different strategy. In this company they are aiming to build the largest food development and services. See, this is very interesting. here services, what is service here? I asked this question, then they mentioned that short fruit supply chain, that means lifetime is very, very short. We have to give the service, that service is cooling option. Strawberries are really grown in India in certain places, soft fruits, berries are grown, but all of us are not buying, we cannot buy throughout the year. Whenever it is grown, we have to keep it safely with high quality for certain period of time. That service is temperature control warehouses. Not only the truck, temperature control warehouses are being used. Product sourcing, food processing, they are doing branding and marketing, last mile distribution, cultivation practices, everything you might have studied in bits and pieces in the case study. The company is aiming positively to impact 500,000 farmers who are living in the south side of the country India, and they are addressing only fresh products, and wastage should be less, 20% reduction in the value diminution over annual production of 300 million tons. Yeah, this is the one you have seen in the case study. So, I do not remember the numbers, so numbers you remember, numbers are not important, how much reduction is happening in waste, how much increase in the value addition, these things should be considered. So, notable supply chain features of the company: perishability. Perishability meaning is not only keeping fresh for now, keeping fresh until it is sold, that is perishability. So, if you are keeping in the fridge, once you buy from the retail store, if you keep it in the fridge, it will be fresh for 2 days. Third day, if you feel that it is fresh, it is not fresh. All the ingredients, all the minerals and related nutrients would have gone in the fridge. If you are feeling that it is perishable, it is not perishable. So, that means you are keeping the product perishable until it is sold, then it is your responsibility to bring it to the house and cook it as quickly as possible. Fragmented supply chain base and demand base, they are having this, and lack of price transparency and traceability, it is common problem for any other supply chain. Lack of uniform standard and quality checks, now they are trying to address it and they have addressed as well. Sustainable farm practices are being retained for many several areas, because soil fertility is not the same. Soil in this Odisha may be different than soil in other places. For example, in Calcutta soil may be different, and Jaipur soil is red. So, we cannot assure that what soil is going to be fertile. We have to make sure that you are retaining the soil fertility, minerals and protein content of the soil. When you are growing bean, soil will be having protein rich, but after taking a bean you should not cultivate bean. That is what I heard from farmers. You cannot cultivate bean in the same one. There are several reasons. If there is any farming community, you can tell me when we are discussing. Now, I am not raising that question. So, how to improve the soil fertility, that is another question. And input cost and what are the extreme loss, sometimes the temperature what you kept may not be enough for the particular soft fruit. The temperature what you maintain may be 5 degrees, that soft fruit, small berries and big plum are not the same. So, lifeline, this is quite common to you. If I am explaining to Britishers, probably I have to explain a bit more. You know how the condition is here. Agriculture is a lifeline, no one can deny it. Still we are having most of our GDP from agriculture, and we are spending more time and effort for agricultural produce. If you are having technology in place, probably you will be spending only half of the resources and half of the time. But all of us are not equipped with the technology, that is the inability of us. Technology is working in silo when we are talking about supply chain. Technology is not integrated together. Everybody is thinking technology can help, but we do not exactly know how to improve the technology in order to be used by the small farmers, small farm holdings. So, very big rich farmers who are having acres and acres of land, they are using technology. But what about the small farmers? Are they using technology? Can they use technology? Whether it is very costly affair, or whether they can go for small scale, small sensor will do it. So, I am prototyping and doing technology adoption is different. I will give you some example after finishing the case study for that as well. So, I am not reading through this, it's not teaching, you have to answer for certain questions. So, I am recapping what you have studied in the whole case study. You have seen what is fruits and vegetable supply chain. It is a fruit and vegetable when you are considering this is 33% is fruit and vegetable. That means, we are not selling fruits and vegetables to outside the country, very less percentage of fruits and vegetables are going outside India, mostly it is consumed here. Brinjal, bindi, what else? We are exporting onion, some it is a long life product. Brinjal is okay for 7 days, onion is for 50. Compared to rice and wheat, fruit and vegetable export is less in terms of value. Loss is considerably higher, too much of loss. If you are not selling tomato in 3 days, everything will be waste. So, this is very difficult supply chain. Compare responsive, you have to have responsive supply chain. If you remember milk, we said efficient supply chain. Here we have to have responsive supply chain as well, and you have to be very agile in selling. You have to find the secondary market very quickly if you can't sell it in one market, and you can go for the discount price that some of you have already mentioned it. This is about 5 years back data. It is more than 15.3% of farmers grow now. Now, even the urban community is growing vegetables. In certain high rising building, we have vertical farming. So, this is possible now. So, let me go quickly to the next one. Average distance travelled by per capita produce, that means, if you are producing tomato, how much distance is it travelled in order to sell? Tomato, 1 kg of tomato, how much distance is it is travelling to be sold in the market? That is also considered in this one. So, when you are talking about supply chain, longer supply chain, if you look at this one, longer supply chain, you are going to say what is it? The highlighted one you are going to answer. Okay. So, I am not going to say anything, we will come back to this slide. So, fruit and vegetable supply chain, what is the meaning for longer supply chain in this case, and what are the changing nature of the commodities preferred by the consumers. Person will not be eating bindi every day if you are growing it. So, what do you need to do as a farmer? If you are having one say 1 acre land, if you are dividing into 4, one side chili, one side tomato, onion, not onion, sorry, fresh, maybe brinjal, bindi, brinjal, chili, tomato, 4. Can you sell 4 items every day? Can you grow the same number of items every day? No, it is very uncertain. So, what will you do? That is a question you are going to answer later. Okay. So, measures to reduce, we have to find the measures. So, what are the measures to reduce the post harvest loss? Post harvest loss can happen when you are harvesting, when you are packing, when you are taking to the next city. So, it may happen in any stage. So, how you can avoid it? You are going to say all these things when you are discussing. So, typical supply chain, this is the one example given in your paper, you have seen it. I am just recapping what you have seen. Pre-harvest activities, post-harvest activity. Pre means before, post is after. So, crop rotation policy you have to use for answering your questions. These are the clues. Soil conservation practices. Pest control, I am not very much keen in that. Nowadays, we do not need to have the pest control. There are several other measures. We are using even drone for this. We are also having the drone for seeing the leaf, health of the leaf. If health of the leaf is identified, we do not need to have the pest control, we can have the prevention. We do not need to spray anything, we can prevent it in advance. Efficient irrigation mechanism, what is this? Okay, we will see this. Yeah, now I have to go quickly for the questions. I have 4 to 5 questions to you. Information flow. The company is currently using the information from farmers to intermediaries, intermediaries to farmers. Intermediaries are not really like agents, intermediaries are distributors, intermediaries are warehouse storage person, all are called intermediaries in this case. Some cooperatives, they are collecting all the vegetables and fruits, and organized retail firms, they are also collecting the fruits and vegetables. So, information is among these two parties, mainly demand data, how many items are sold. If tomato is bought today, the same family will not buy tomato tomorrow. You should know that data. If someone is buying brinjal, next 2 days they will not buy, they will be buying something meat or something for the 4th day, they will not go for vegetable. It is a small data, but that information is required for crop rotation. We have to, some of the crops are perennial, some plants are perennial plants, but some plants can have only 3 months of life. We can change the crop rotation to a different one. Technology input here in this question, they are still using the technology. What technology? How many items are sold, that information will go. Some of them are having the soil technology, soil, what is the weather, water resistance of the soil, how much retention is possible in the soil, those things are there. Commercial assistance, they are having, I think Tata company has introduced some cloud based data collection, they are using that cloud based data. Some other details, farmer 1 has made so much of growth of tomato, farmer 2 has made onions, some farmer 3 has made this. That means, we are going to decide based on other information and supply schedule as well. Okay. Sorry, it is moved. Okay, now let me stop here. These are all already available in the case study, we have done it. So, let me stop in this slide. You are going to see in supply demand management which is important, whether volume or price, you are going to debate. So, this is the point for debate. If you are having one of them, sometimes we may end up with outcome wasting natural resources. If you are saying price is not important, volume is important, you are selling huge amount of product for cheaper price. That means, you are wasting water, natural resources, water, you are already given the labor charge, that is going to be wasted. So, you are going to debate on these 2 points. First, let us start with these 2 points. Before that, I have a question. Now, we can give mic to others. Think for a minute before answer. Okay. First question. I will read the question. How can the total efficiency of the fresh produce supply chain management discussed in this case be enhanced? So, in short form, how total efficiency can be enhanced in this case? Total efficiency, total supply chain efficiency. So, it can be supplier efficiency, seller efficiency, totally I have to have something profitable in the whole supply chain. How can I do it? This case study, have you read it? So, any one idea? Any idea? Hindi में बताओ ना. I can speak Hindi little bit. I can understand fully. After post lunch session is like this.
Guys, think about something and answer please.
Ma'am, I will emphasize on mushroom cultivation.
Yeah, please.
That will require lesser investment, and the outcome, that is the product, it can be doubled, you know.
What kind of laser? Laser for what? Some
Place of investment, any input.
okay.
So price will be low here. If we are starting the mushroom cultivation, then the price will be low for input, for water supply, for any kind of input it is requiring for cultivation. And the volume will be larger. From one pack of mushroom, and it will not even require land also. It can also be done in a room or in a hanging straw sack. तो इसमें I'm converting into Hindi, मैम. तो इसमें ज़्यादा कुछ इन्वेस्ट करने का नहीं पड़ेगा, तो बस इसमें जो फाइनल प्रोडक्ट है वो ज़्यादा होगा.
तो मेंटेनेंस ज़्यादा होगा ना?
मेंटेनेंस मैम, इट विल नॉट रिक्वायर एनी कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट. तो लोगों का
मेंटेनेंस के लिए लेबर चाहिए
मैम, ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए होगा इसमें.
अच्छा.
बस मेरा पॉइंट ये था कि with lesser investment we can grow more in mushroom cultivation.
Okay, thank you. So what about this particular? Yeah. Thank you. So she is saying that mushroom growth can happen with less investment. So that means you can change the production from, say, if you are putting green vegetables, you can go for mushroom. So it's alternative but lesser investment. Am I right? Yeah. Yes.
Here we will try to first maintain the soil fertility. We will be thinking about techniques and processes where the fertility of the soil is maintained, so that we the growth or cultivation will be higher in the coming years. And second is water management. We will be taking help of technology to maintain the exact amount of water that is required for the cultivation of the crops, so that water is not wasted.
Water is not wasted.
So
yes.
that is also a cost to the production of the crop.
Right.
And then we will try to implement smart logistics.
Smart logistics.
Smart logistics, we will try that
Can you
whatever
please elaborate? Yeah.
whatever vegetables, suppose we are growing, first we will be taking into the warehouses, we will be tagging it, so that we come to know exactly on which date the vegetable has arrived, and we will accordingly plan that it reaches the particular market on time before it is perishable. Then we can track the vehicle. Suppose a vehicle starts from the warehouse to the retailer shop, we will see that the vehicles goes on a proper time and proper route, so that it reaches on time. And the retailer also comes to know through it. He will be also be given an app. He will be also seeing the arrival time and all, so that he can plan out if something is getting sold, he can order immediately.
Okay. Yeah.
The next vehicle is arriving. Please put
Okay.
2
thank
packets
you.
of
Yeah, I
tomato.
understand. So that means what he is trying to say is you are trying to give the push, not the pull one. Push supply chain, not the pull supply chain. This strategy. Let me explain this. It has not been explained before. It's a very good idea what he says. See, when you are having several, normally we say we have to have pull supply chain. Demand should be bringing the item from top on. Upstream, downstream, demand should come from downstream. If demand is coming from downstream, then upstream will be producing accordingly, because it is a production, they can decide. But here it is a growth of the plant. Growth of the plant, when somebody is asking for tomato today, I cannot grow it in a minute, I cannot give it. That means now we are trying to do in a different way, even though it is not classified as push. Push means somebody will be producing from upstream, it will be coming to the downstream. Here vegetable supply chain is somewhat like that. In certain ways we are planning, and we are planning tomorrow to have some harvesting of brinjal. Today I will be harvesting tomato. and day after I will be going for bindi. All the sizes are different. I will be planning according to bigger one for Wednesday, and I will be taking out certain smaller one, but that will become bigger on Friday. So, I will be planning in a rotational way. Am I right? Am I understanding that planning what you said? So, if you are doing so planning in that way, our market will be not waiting for somebody giving that brinjal. If you look at the vegetable, whatever is fresh, your parents might be telling you, go to market, see whichever is fresh, bring it. Okay, yes, except for a few things. Today I am going to make bindi bhaji, you bring bindi. That is very rarely parents will be saying when there is an event. Otherwise, accordingly the supply chain will be changing. So, now we are not talking about pull supply chain in this case, we are going for push, pull and push. Pull means downstream will be asking the supplier to give something, push means supply upstream will be giving something based on the availability of the supply. So, here push and pull are two strategies you are learning now, and push and pull are very strong strategies. If we are seeing anything in the market for cheaper price, discount, 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 that means production is already done, they are trying to push it, push from upstream to downstream. Pull is pull coming from downstream to upstream, this push is up to down, pull is down to up, they are pulling it. So, here most of the cases if it is given in the discount, that means they have overproduction, they are pushing to sell it. So, there are two other strategies, add it all the strategies. Okay, one of the question is answered, thanks for answering. Let me go to the next somewhat it is slightly different viewpoint. Yes, please. Yeah.
Ma'am, we can use different technology like hydroponics and aeroponics. That is the vertical farming system to avoid extra involvement of natural resources like land, water. With minimal use, we can produce more by using these technologies. And if we are doing it in a market area, like in a room, we are installing all the facilities in a controlled environment, we are producing whatever the produce maybe tomato, maybe brinjal, whatever that can be. And we can directly supply from that place to the market area, excluding the vehicular cost, transport cost. So, that can be beneficial, ma'am.
Yeah, so thank you. So, traditional method of harvesting may not be helpful at times, then you can go for hydroponics. And you know, aquaponics is happening for the fish, growth of fish. And in Mexico, it's Mexico, Brazil, those countries, they are having aquaponics in a very greater way. Vertical farming is tried in China. Vertical farming is basically you have to have vertical development. Most of the flats are having vertical development, and some places, if you have noticed in Singapore, in the news, BBC news, they are showing Singapore picture. They are having vertical farming in quite larger scale. So, many countries nowadays, Mumbai is having vertical farming, especially urban cities, they are having vertical farming. These are all possible, but can you sell it? Can you sell those products in a very enormous way, produce in a huge volume, can you sell it? That is the biggest question. If you are having the business, can we have the hydroponic? Is it really useful? Have you tried it? Yes.
In case of saffron cultivation.
Saffron cultivation.
In case of saffron cultivation, it is proved to be beneficial, and it is also being practiced in Uttar Pradesh and in some southern state also by using this aeroponic technique. Yeah, saffron cultivation, it is being successful, ma'am.
So, we are having, thank you, we are having one or two stories here and there, but in order to make it as a big collective form of message, then you have to work on it. Supply chain and supply chain methods are different, everything are working independently. They are, once they are successful, they have to take that to the next level. So, business will grow as well as it will go to the other companies. Now, talk about this case please. Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, this case, a company just just removing the intermediaries between the farmer and the market. So for example, we can just take an example that collecting the data of a past year, that how much the consumption is in this amount of tomato. If the supply is more, this is perishable, but the tomato can be sold in a puree form also. Then we can store in a cold store for some time. When the demand gets increased, then after the demand is there, then we can collect from the store and then go to the market and they sold this tomato.
So that is a innovative idea, but sometimes if it's not working, we can also do processing. If you remember, we talked about it. So if you cannot sell the perishable item within the period of time, you can make it as a processed in food. That means every company should have processing unit closer to your farms. Do we have enough space for that? That is the biggest question. So now what we can think of is, challenge is planning and controlling the supply chain to meet with the demand. That is the biggest challenge. So collecting everything, if it is not sold, still you can collect back in the same central area and process it. Processed food can be made closer to that. Yes, you want to say something? Yeah.
Actually, I think one more thing can happen, and that is the people should be aware about what food is required at what period of time. For example, ketchup in winter, tomatoes are usually cheap, so people prefer making ketchup at home only. And during the time of festivals or any Ganesh Puja or something like that, there are a lot of street food markets. So what kind of fruits and vegetables they demand in those markets, according to that also farmer can plan, and that is how they can make it. Tourist places also happens the same. When the tourists arrive, what they want to eat, so all those things too.
So where will it be sold? That is answered. Unknowingly you answered the question. That is my next question. So areas to improve, where will it be sold? Where the items can be sold? She answered it. So if you are not selling in one area, quickly can you make the planning, shift the current plan and make it saleable in the other area? If someone is not buying in central city, you can go to rural, but whether we have enough resources to be, that is the biggest issue, right? Now we are talking about supply chain and logistics. Logistics, when it comes to the shorter supply chain, logistic is easier. When it is a longer supply chain, if anything goes wrong, what will happen? That is another question. So how to win through the fluctuating demand? So she answered this question, and I want, before going to the fourth question, what will be the price if the item is not sold? What could be the price for the secondary market? How much profit margin will you keep?
Minimal.
Actually, that depends on what kind of product it or what kind of item is it.
At a baseline?
We have some example in few years back. There was case of onion pricing. Onion, especially in tomato also. So people were angrily throwing out their vegetables in the road because they have to take back to their original warehouse. It would cost more than the transportation, could be more than the, because at that time the per kg price was barely 50 paisa and 1 rupees. So based on the historic data, last year at that time there was a huge demand of onions. So per kilo it was 120 rupees or 40 rupees. So based on that data they produce more onions, but at that time due to overproduction of onions there was no taker for that. So even if they are going for the secondary market, they have to bear the transportation cost, which was more than their selling price. So it depends case to case basis on how much efficient are the producers.
Exactly.
Whether they have exactly at that time, whether they have the buy secondary market or not, secondary buyer or not. So it depends, and most of the farmers, they are not aware of the current different market situations.
Yes, exactly.
Like nowadays, Reliance Smart or other big players, big bucks there, they are also exploiting the farmers and producers. they just blackmail the producers. So we'll buy from bulk amount, but you have to give the minimum price. So they have no choice to agree with that terms conditions.
Yeah. So that means more intermediaries are adding more cost. So profit margin for the farmers will be very, very minimum. So farmers are not aware of the exact price what is being sold. At the end, how much what they are getting is different than how much it's being sold. So it's a disparity in the price. So price can be, if there is no intermediary, just imagine farmer is giving to the company, company is selling it, there is no intermediary. Farmer is the distributor and the company which is buying is the seller, only two firms. If you are having only two firms, then there is no intermediary, the cost will be reduced. Even if it is not sold, we can give it for break even point, we can give it to hotels and other areas. Hotels will be buying as long as the product is good. If the item is good, they will buy it. So it will be for break even point meaning is there is no profit, no loss. At that point you are selling without any loss, but obviously your labor is loss, your labor, your time, resources, everything will be counted in that cost. So break even is possible when you are having the secondary market, not at least not having any loss. But at the same time what he said, there is a very big point when you are trying to produce. If some friend is saying I have planted onion, this year it has got so much of profit. By understanding that profit, they are fascinated and it is very lucrative as well. They are planting same onion in the same land, soil. Next year onion demand has gone down or many are growing onion. So many farmers are growing the same plant. So just how to avoid this? Many farmers are planting the same thing, how to avoid it? We have studied yesterday, we have talked about it, not about the plant, something else. Even Professor Uma Maheshwarji, he was talking about it. What is it? How to avoid growing the same plant in all the forms? Do you understand my question?
By collaboration.
By collaboration. But will we collaborate? Farmers, will they talk to each other? There are many farming communities and many helpers, but do they collaborate? Nowadays government has made arrangement, even Indian government has made arrangement through sellers, cooperatives, that they are sending message to the farmers, in your farm do not cultivate this item, this is not suitable for your soil. If any farming family, are you from any farming family? Anybody? Your parents are farmers? I learnt only from farmers these information. So government is sending the message. On top of it, if government is not sending message, we can have our own IoT sensor. We can fix the sensor in the soil. Soil will say what is the water retention level. Based on the water retention level, how much rain is going to be coming for this next 6 months. Accordingly, you can plan your crop. So crop rotation is mainly called crop rotation based on the weather, local weather.
Ma'am, can there be a scope for evening market? Can there be scope for evening market where the unsold fruits and vegetables, they are being brought together by the farmers or the other sellers, and it is sold at a lower price?
Lower price than break even. That is at least they want some money, they can't throw it.
Like some fruits and vegetables which will next day anyhow spoil. So if that could be opened for the people, underprivileged people or something like that, if that could be an option.
That could be an option, but we do not encourage that option. We want to prevent the loss, we want to get maximum benefit out of it. So that is why we are suggesting crop rotation, try to sell it through secondary market, get some at least break even point. So if everybody is ready to go for the cheaper price, nobody will be bothering about the fresh vegetables. They will wait until evening, buy the cheapest vegetable. So it is not the way how we are selling. The supply chain is to encourage, facilitate efficient selling as well as good profit. And when you are ready to go for the quality item, you have to buy through the proper channel. Here the question is not about the secondary market. We are talking about how to make the supply chain efficient, give win-win situation for all parties involved. That means every farmer should get the price what they deserve to get, and every distributor should also get the same expectation. They have to meet the expectation. Government is helping. We have to take help of the other crop rotation advices given by the experts, and we are not experts, we have to depend on someone else. Technology is also helping. So, and how to win over natural calamity? Can you avoid flood? Can you avoid various some short production? Some plants can be grown within 2 weeks. Can you name anything? Within 2 weeks some plants will grow. Chili will grow up to this level in 2 weeks. So, why do not you think of if coriander, yes, methi, palak, sub within 2 weeks. If you are in a flood prone area, if you are in a place where it is very difficult to maintain the plants, go for the shorter plants, and this is possible. These are the advices given for the supply chain farmers. They are, and this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, I do not know, this is from the case study. They have given many other options. Comprehensive crop insurance is available. Indian government is helping many other different supports for the farmers. Okay, now we are not talking about farming, we are talking about supply chain. Question, another question: how can traceability across the supply chain starting from farm to fork be ensured? Farm to fork is a concept. From farm, fork means it is a restaurant or eating at home, anything. So, final stage, farm cooked one, farm is raw vegetable, raw things, fork meaning is it is ready to eat. So, farm to fork be ensured. How traceability can help across the supply chain starting from farm to fork? Traceability, now we are calling traceability. Traceability means you should know
these are the big players, but some kind of big basket which are dedicatedly for this kind of services, so they will be helpful. But for that thing, a farmer should also be educated person, and technologically he should be sound and up to date access per market. Most of time what happens, the farmers don't have this kind of technology, and awareness of this kind of skills are less. So, whenever educated people like engineers or and some have basic qualification having this kind of knowledge, when they will be farming, they can benefit this kind of thing. Normal people cannot have these things.
So, direct selling, that is a concept he is using. It is very true, but how many of us, how many of our farmers can do direct selling? Whether they have capability of understanding business acumen, whether they can sell directly, go to the market and sell it. There are certain farmers market. There is another way, sir, another way of doing it. One is packaging all the vegetables and fruits instead of putting it as a loose, and you said at the end of the day they will be putting in the market, somebody will come and pick it for 1 rupee, which is normally value of 20-25 rupees. They will give just 1 rupee. No.
Not that much cheap, but if it is costing in the morning 25 rupees, they will take it around 17-18 rupees.
Okay, still it is less, it is not the break even.
No,
how much is the production cost, if you know?
Ma'am, I am not very sure about it, but this once I saw in our colony itself, he used to do this thing that in the evening, if I think there were potatoes with him, so they got the tubes, eyes and bulb were grown in it, so he sold all those in a very cheap price, because the other day it was supposed to be rotten, so he gave this and went.
Okay, that is fine, thank you. And what she is saying is from the experience, right? There are certain suggestions. Do you want to say something? Yes.
Actually, in the case of for direct selling, it is actually not. In the case for direct selling, what we are saying, it is. I think it is basically a hypothetical concept, because a farmer, how many people a farmer he can give us or sell to people. Yeah. In his handful of people can go through to the farmers and buy the product. But so it has to be channel concept, as well as the thing has to be in a proper way, so that the user will know from which farmer the things are coming, so that the cost benefit analysis can be properly maintained.
So, you suggesting not direct selling, but it should be
It should be in a proper channel,
channeling, okay.
as well as packaging concept.
Packaging and channeling, that is a very good idea. If you are channeling, it is a very good idea. What are the, if you are a marketing student, you will agree certainly, selling channels. So, promotion channels, advertising channels, if you are having different channels, different avenues to sell your product, you are in a better position. But as a farmer with limited knowledge on selling, direct selling is also not possible, and multiple channel selling is also complicated. You have to have some collaborative, that is cooperation. In this chapter we have given, in this case study, it is called cooperative. Cooperative firms are helping the farmers. So, cooperatives are collecting the fruits and vegetables, they are giving nominal price. There is one option, we can go for packaged one, it will be packaged in the farming place itself, and then it will have the barcode, it will be sold. That means, you cannot pick it, you have to choose only from the packaging. Packaging will have same size of onions, everything will be same size, but we are not having that control. In our farms, we are not having that control. In western countries, I myself have seen robots are picking the cherries. Cherry should be of certain size, 5 centimeter cherry means 5 centimeter. All should be in 5 centimeter, robot will be saying this is 5 centimeter, that is 5 centimeter, then automatically it will be, hands will be the robot, hand will be picking the cherry, it will be put in the packet, immediately packaged. Within less than 1 hour, everything will be wrapped, label will be put and you can send it. But we are not ready to pay that much of money. If you are ready to pay that money as a consumer, probably you can go for that route. So, whatever is available, day passes, the next day you will have new harvesting, wait for 3 days. In the shelf we can have 3 days, and I want someone of you to talk. Hindi is okay for me, I can really, believe me, I can understand Hindi. Okay. So, you can talk. Next question you are going to answer, whoever has not answered so far. Actually, the question is, how can the wastage starting from the farmer until it reaches the consumer be reduced? Some of them are answered without me asking the question. Let me repeat, how can the wastages starting from the farmer until it reaches the customer be reduced? Farmer wastage, he said different channel can be used, packaging can be used. But let me talk about distributor or warehouse or retailer. How will you reduce waste? Anyone, you can take anyone. Okay. Anybody? Say logistical waste. Somebody is picking the item, basket is in the truck, wastage should be reduced. Anybody from this side? How will you reduce the wastage in logistics? I am not talking about CO2 wastage, I am talking about fruits and vegetable wastage in the truck. He was talking yesterday, right? Yeah.
Ma'am, we will strategically locate the warehouse. There is another one term, is it suitable here and I do not know, in logistics, that is cross docking. Which
cross
is,
docking.
yes ma'am, that would reduce cost.
Can you elaborate what do you mean by cross docking?
That is a direct, from an inbound truck to an outbound truck, it would directly sell to the market without any warehousing or inventory control and all those.
Okay.
So
but are we using for fruits and vegetables cross docking?
Even yes ma'am.
Okay.
In exports and imports.
Okay, give your mic to the next person. Okay.
Ma'am, by having facilitated vehicles like there is a truck which is having cold storage facilities, that can also be like prevent the wastage or spillage or anything.
So, cold storage, is it feasible solution? So,
Like
cold storage,
Ma'am,
Yeah,
but
cold storage is a good idea, but we need some energy consumption, right? We have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
spend money for the electricity. Give the mic to the next person. To you, middle one. बताओ आपका idea क्या है?
I am also agree with that cold storage vehicle because that would lead to reduction in the wastage of the crops.
Cold storage. Okay. Actually, it's a very, very good idea.
Storage vehicle.
Okay. Solar fitted cold storage. Yeah, that's good.
Ma'am, for the in a Amul, just collecting the milk from all the villages and all by just taking a one hub on the villages, the farmer who have a milk just coming and dropping all the milks there, they having a proper facility like a cold storage, like our milks are preserved, just stored here, and in the evening the trucks will come and all the milks are collected and transferred to the
To the
factory.
next one. Yeah, still. Yeah, going for the cold bulk cold storage hub
Yes,
kind
ma'am.
of thing.
Like this, we can prevent from the wastage. Like after market, some vegetables are left with the farmer. They can submit it to the cold storage. Then the big players like we are in a cities like Reliance Fresh is there and all. There the big player can connect this.
Okay, I got your idea. So, cold storage on rent, something like that. Cold storage will be there. You can rent that space for a 5 hours or 6 hours basis, then you can put your item there. That is a very good idea. Yes, cold storage. No, yeah.
Like in every shop, there is a flash sale, clearance sale. They are announcing sometime to clear the day. Similar pattern, the farmers also have a closed circle group in WhatsApp group, like, because everybody has nowadays WhatsApp facility. So they can have a WhatsApp group and announce the basically information should pass through the customer. What is the material, where it is lying. So they could have a common WhatsApp group, so that who are the regular buyer, they have a common group and give the information which is now in huge amount or which is now pending. So they could have a give in this matter also. This is very efficient way and
efficient, cheap way, transparent information
Transparency.
exchange. Not necessarily have to put up some hub, information hub, or you have to transfer the data. This is very easy and simple, logical one. We can do it. So let me go to the final. Just one more question. There are many questions, but I will go for the next one. It's a very important question as a logistical MBA student. How can the ideal small and medium farmers for vehicle be selected? How will you choose your suppliers? That is the question. Supplier is small and medium farmers. How can the ideal small and medium suppliers, that is farmers, for vehicle be selected? Vehicle is selecting the farmers. They are not taking all farmers. How? The last two benches, anybody wants to contribute? I want to choose the supplier. Okay, the farmer, I don't want to go for every single farmer. I want to choose very selective farmers. How can I do as a vehicle company based on the case? हिंदी में बताओ ना, कैसे चुनेंगे आप फार्मर्स को? Anybody? You don't want to? Soon? No? You don't want to? Okay, whoever has got the answer, please tell. Yeah.
And other thing is the quality standard of their crops.
So
through that the supplier can select those farmers who are very capable of their production and quality.
Then there is customer demand and the volume of the production, like how much a farmer can produce. It's depend upon that.
whether they can supply on time based on the demand, supply on time to meet the demand. Okay, what is the other criteria?
production depend upon the weathers and all. We can just size of the land. If the farmer having this type of size of land, then we can connect them. Otherwise, the farmer who are using the advanced technology like soil testing and some in India there are many startup like providing a soil testing, the monitoring facilities. Who farmer are using that type of technology, we can connect for them.
Okay, thank you. So, some of you are saying you have to rely on the quality of the product what they are submitting. Some are saying capability, supply on time to meet the demand, landholder size and technology what they are using.
Basically, according to see the demand and supply, that suppose we will select the supplier as per the our requirement, that he will deliver the quantity, quality, and the other things is that he has the capability to produce that amount. The capex requirement is also there. So we have to choose as per that, and that must be like that the logistics parts the connected to the main city. The logistic part is to be considered.
Okay, thank you. So, in an effect he wants to say consistency of the supplier, how consistent in producing and supplying to the market. So, whether he is producing, say example, if he is assuring I will give you 50 tons of something, if he is a big farmer he has to give. If he is not consistently obliging to the initial contract, then he will not be chosen. Yes. Anything else? Yeah.
There can be big farmers as well as small farmers. Big farmers, like you said, that he is capable of producing large quantity, maybe his prices will be accordingly.
Yeah.
And small farmers, they can make a tie-up that they will be helping these small farmers with maybe with seeds, manures, or some advances, and the prices for them will be different.
Yes. So, for small farmers they cannot be giving big amount, but every time they will be giving the assured amount, not the large quantity, but assured quantity will be given. Here in this case study, if you see, Vehicle is giving the seeds, Vehicle is giving the support for the farmers. Yes.
One real example is in Potato King in Punjab, who is supplying the potato to the all manufacturer in for potato chips, because they have that contract with them. And that third party Potato King is a farm where he is supplying the potato at the doorstep to the customer.
So,
and so efficiency, frequency is also very much important for that.
Yes, that is creating a brand image. Yes. One final concluding statement. So, when you are having the brand image, that company should be harvesting their own product. Workers, if you see Workers potato chips, it is a British brand. They proudly say it is produced in UK and it is manufactured in UK. That means produced means only potato, production is happening there, they are manufacturing in the same, they are selling around the globe. So, they are very proud of their own potato, and there is very less waste in potato. Even the potato cover, the peeled potato is used for something else. And now we are using the potato bags, you might be knowing potato peels are used for making bags, and it is in India. Actually, I have seen it only in South India. Potato bags and packages are easily soluble, we can put it in the garden. So,
ma'am, one more thing can be nowadays people are choosing to go for organic vegetables. There are many farmers, in order to increase the production, they are using other kind of pesticides and injections and everything. They should basically, yes ma'am, it somewhere the case was there in the news around the muskmelon was very small, and there was some wedding. So they injected the muskmelon and it became of 2.5 kgs, one muskmelon in just the span of 6 to 7 hours. By injecting some kind of chemicals, so they can choose to go for the farmers who, even though the production is less from their side, but if the frequency is good and they are using organic things, that could actually.
So, organic is another way of selling the items, but I am not talking about organic here. So, in the case it is not given. So, we will be concluding it. That is a valid point. I appreciate everybody's contribution. Please put some more effort. Next time when we are talking, all of you should contribute. Okay? Hindi does not matter, I do not know Oriya language, but Hindi I can manage. Please talk, and your contribution and your confidence will be making you as a good MBA student at the end. We may get a very good job later. Thank you. Thanks for that. So
Contract farmings that can also be given, like in the case of KFC, they are giving contract farming to the poultry farmers to grow poultry as per their specification and standards.
So the
They
quality
give-
is maintained from the farm
They
to
give
fork.
the feeding,
Yeah.
all things.
That is very good point. Thanks for reminding me. Walkers is using the word farm to fork. Quality is assured everywhere because they are producing, they are distributing, manufacturing, distribution, everything happening within that company. So they are assured of. So what he said is correct. He mentioned clearly, workers are not making the potato themselves. They are tying up with the farmers. They are dedicated for the company. Similarly, what you are saying is, farmers are dedicated to send the product only to that company. That company will be taking care of quality of the product. So seeds will be given, training will be given for the farmers, even packaging farmers will do clearly in a way to avoid the moisture development within the packaging. So all these things are assured, so quality is assured. Thank you very much, and today's session is ending now. We can finish.
Any more questions to ask? So then we can go for a break.
We have one more session, sorry, we have one more session by Dr. MPS. He will come after a few minutes. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the day 2, session 4, reverse logistics and circular economy. As we have been discussing about the too many aspect of supply chain, and we have been discussing about the various facets. So here, if we talk about the key challenges of logistics management, very first one is the demand variability. Usually, we have seen in at various facets that if you talk about seasonality, one of the example has quoted by the ma'am yesterday, Today if you see if you consider the example of Christmas, plum cakes, it is something which is seasonal in nature, which is having a very short duration. Calculating that particular thing, calculating the estimates that how much will be sold in a due course of time. So one particular aspect where we have to talk about the demand. So then another important thing is unpredictability. For example, if you see even the example has already been discussed about the milk. Different seasons have a highest milk consumption, various quantity of the milk consumption is there. While talking about the milk consumption, because we had a long discussion on, we had a case study also on that particular thing. So if you talk about in Indian perspective, which festival is having a highest milk consumption? Which festival is having a highest milk consumption?
Shivratri.
Shivratri, okay. Shivratri was a common answer. I was expecting that particular answer. Apart from that,
Diwali. Lot of sweets we make and distribute. A lot of sweets are distributed
in Diwali.
Yes.
So as in Holi also, if you talk about Eid, again the same thing.
Sir, like this also, that depends on the state to state. Like us.
That's what. Which particular festival? Not restricted to the state.
Diwali, sir has said that Diwali, there is lots of sweets are distributed among the family and the friends. The lots of consumptions of milk is there.
It's Raksha Bandhan. This is the one festival which has been celebrated across the states, and most importantly, irrespective of the religion too. The biggest part is irrespective of the religion. So, and usually as a custom we used to provide sweets. So as and when the sweets are there, the consumption of the milk will be higher. So that is one thing. So here importantly, if you have been into this kind of business, it is something very difficult to understand. And here over the period of time, this is again one of the biggest challenge for the logistics and in totality when we talk about supply chain as a whole. Then we have a rising cost. Labor, it is, if you talk about, it is something which is very, very much important and key part. In formal sector, we used to have a certain restrictions. So in formal sector, it is okay. As in when we have been going into the informal sector, it is something which is tremendous, this variation is tremendous. For example, during the harvesting time, people from Bihar, they used to travel to Punjab because there they used to get a higher salary, higher packages. And at that point of time, during the harvesting season, just imagine what will be the scenario in Bihar. People, the farmers, the big farmers, they used to have a big problems to handle this harvesting time. Because most of the people, laborers, they used to move out to the, Punjab and other places. Then at the same time, if you talk about the infrastructure is another big problem. We are, India is a massive country with the #1 in population at present if you talk about. So to suffice everything, we supposed to have a very strong infrastructure needed. And in due course of time, we'll try to understand that if you talk about the different logistics mode of transports, likewise if you see, we used to have a road, a rail, sea and air. So if you talk about the road, or in total, we have, if you classify them, road is one of the biggest mode by which we used to transport our goods. It nearly have around 66%. Somewhere around 30% is this one. Then 3% and 1%. So just imagine we have an because of this road, strong usage of the road transportation, as in we have been talking about the emissions. So you can't actually deny that particular thing. Without, means when we have to make this mandatory, we have to transport our goods from one place to another through roads, then the emission will be there. And that is the reason why, if you see in all these facets, all these aspects, government has been doing tremendously good. Long back in somewhere in 2000, Atal Bihari Vajpayee government has started a project, if you remember, quadrilateral project, golden quadrilateral project, where India was, the government was aiming to connect the complete India, where somewhere from Jhansi or at some place belongs to UP, that was the center point. So you can imagine like 66% transportation through road, and that's the reason why it is important that we should have a proper connectivity. Similarly, we used to have Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. I don't know, have you been seen or not, but usually if you go to the rural part of the country, the farmers, any of the small producers, when they have to come down to the bigger place or to the cities, they have to take a serious pain to travel that particular distance, mainly because of the poor infrastructure. So it is important that when we are talking about the 66% has been inculcated in the road transport, and this is one of the primary source of transportation of the goods, major mean of logistics transport. So for that reason, we used to have a strong infrastructure needed. Similarly, as we have rail, because mainly the coal used to transport from this particular region, and even for the development of this particular rail infrastructure, even government has started off, if you remember, that freight corridor, a special freight corridor, particularly for the goods train only, so that we can have a proper, what you can say, movement of the goods from one place to another without disrupting the local commuters or the passengers who have been traveling by the trains. And this is, just imagine, and if you see this, merely we have a 30% of the contribution. At the same time, in terms of the rail network, we are probably number 2. This is a massive one in a bigger country like India. We have a sea, that is 33% of the sea transportation. If you have observed recently from Kolkata to Varanasi, government has initiated they are in the process of making this sea infrastructure better, so that the goods can be transported via sea route. Even in the river of Ganges, they have started off this initiative. So this is something, even they have been keep on working in this particular region also. Air, it is costly. Being an operations student, we all know that when the cost comes, we have to raise our hands and simply can say that sorry, this is not our area. If it is urgency, yes, we can have to go for that. But when the cost is increasing, everybody will be questioning us. So for that reason, and most important part is, when we are talking about the logistics, the cost of a product this logistics have a significant contribution in this particular cost of product. So most important part for us is to have to look into that. Then if you talk about the supply chain disruptions, calamities, COVID-19 is one of the best example where we can see that from even in the yesterday's inaugural session, we had a discussion on this calamity. COVID-19 has actually given us altogether a different picture. Logistics is something which actually helped us. Otherwise, everything has been locked. If you talk about Swiggy, Zomato, these were the companies who have been helping us day in, day out. And all the logistics partners, they have been doing their job in such a critical condition. So this is something where you have to adapt over the period of time as and when the things are changing. Similarly, if you talk about single vendor, as and when we have a single vendor, Nissan, a car manufacturer, Japan is one of the countries which is usually face the natural calamities, and Nissan is usually if you have a single vendor, there is a problem. But Nissan was one of the company which has, when this, I'm talking about 2009 or something, when this tsunami happened, this was the company which has revamped itself within 15 to 20 days. And they have started their operation, they have started transporting their products. The reason is that they have not only been dependent on the single vendor. Then if we talk about the inventory, another important problem or the challenge is inventory. You have been discussed about the bullwhip effect. Inventory is one of the backbone of the complete supply chain. If we miss out something due to some reason, the things may change everything. And one of the example is IKEA. There is a one very famous case study or article which we have studied. Like IKEA, when they have been transporting a product from one place to another, usually space occupancy used to be there when you are placing a product. And because of that, the number of the product have been dispatched in less in numbers. So when this is happening, being an operations guy, it is my duty that I have to increase the occupancy or I have to increase the number of the products. What is the possibility you can think of? What best a company can do, or what best an operations manager can do when you have been facing this, that due to something, the numbers can be increased. I'm not saying that will be increased, but can be, possibility is there. So if a container is there, we are transporting around 500 or 1000. Any guess? Arrangement they have already tried.
So combining shipping can be done, like the products that takes like more space can be combined with the small products that take small space. So by doing it combinedly, both of them can be fitted in a single container.
If that opportunity is not there with us, just for example, we have to simply send across the same product. That is the one condition. So how we can do, what best we can do with that? Yes.
Sir, like a big product is like a bed is there. So for the IKEA, just delivering, dismantle them, and they providing the home delivery. Then the agent will come and assemble them. Like advanced packaging, the proper packaging is there. The bed is not be damaged or anything. The agent will come and at the home and they will just arrange it all.
It's an example of a teacup case which has been transported from one country to another, one location to another actually. They modified the shape, doing nothing. Simply modified the shape, has increased the space so that the numbers has been increased. A very simple modification, and the quantity has been increased. So being usually, if you see the most important part while discussing these challenges is like over the period of time, in due course of time, we have seen that even in our introductory session, I told this two words, that consumption and convenience are two important points in this present economy, which is actually disrupting everything. So being an operation is one area which is having a higher cost. In production part, we can't do much of the things. And as and when we are trying to do, it is a additional cost we are trying to incur. So at that point of time, the logistics is one area, means the supply chain is one area where the disruption is possible. So there at that point of time, it is important that when we have to deal with this convenience and we have to deal with the what you can say consumerism, it is important that we have, being an operations guy or being a management student, I would say, we have to ponder upon that what best we can do, and as and when the problem arises, we try to go for the solutions. So then we have, if you talk about just in time, this is JIT, which is a most popular term, or the term has been coined in operations. Frequently we use this term, And as and when one of the example is the Asian Paint, which we usually we had a case study in during our sessions, where we have been talking about that how Asian Paint has actually turned around its business. Previously, if you talk about two international companies having their foothold in India, after somewhere around 70s onward, Asian Paint has become a market leader in Indian domain. So one thing which they did is from the marketing perspective, that they usually the companies were British Paints or some company, I'm missing out the name, and there was another company. So marketing perspective, what they did is they reach out to the tier 2 cities. By that way you can increase your numbers. But apart from that, because Asian means the paint do have their shelf life, and that is another challenge which you usually have. Probably yesterday ma'am was also talking about, if you are transporting one good from A to C and have a certain damage, you have to drop it at, you have to sell off at B point. Here in this case you have a shelf life. So, and this is something like if you talk about in paints, we have a variety, like it is seasonal. During festivals we used to have our paints, or during marriages. If you talk about, and this is something which we used to paint almost 3 to 4 years once in a 3 to 4 years. So what actually they did is they made a machine. If you have observed in most of the paint shops, they have a machine. Just they have given that particular variety of the colors they have provided, and the base colors they have provided, which they are actually manufacturing and have been transporting. And here at the shop, you need to tell the color with the variety of the colorant. What they do is they will provide you. Now, if you see, it actually addresses too many things. It is actually addressing your inventory problem, where you are not supposed to keep too much of inventory with you, because it is having a low shelf life. It's a problem. So that they have avoided. At the same time, you can provide variety to the customers. That is another important perspective. Being a marketing a student, like I'll be looking for some particular color, you may be looking for some another color. So that need to be served. So that can also be provided. With the one particular innovation, they have solved too many problems. So then we have a real-time tracking. If you see today at this point of time, we are very keen, as and when we book our product from Amazon or someplace, when they used to give us a link where we can track our product, immediately we jump onto that particular tracker and keep on tracking till the time it is not reaching to us. And the day when they told that it will be there with us, it is something like we are keep on clicking on that. But this is also not available with too many logistics company. And this is again because consumer is impulsive. And most important is, it is important that the data means the product should be moving out, it should be transparent, it should be visible to every stakeholder, whosoever is there, being a producer, being a consumer, that should be available, visible to each and everyone. Otherwise, if it is missing out in between the whole process, it's a problem. So the time tracking is, real-time tracking is not available, especially I'm talking about in perspective, that not available with too many players. That is another important problem. Then we have overstocking. Overstocking lead to the problem to the inventory. At the same time, we have a challenge of warehouses. Warehouses is another big problem that most of the, like FCI can is one of the best example, where usually like long back we have seen in some of the newspapers and articles we have seen that too much of food grain have been there outside, have been wasted. At that point of time, and you just imagine, as like ma'am was talking about yesterday's example, there is a one particular plant which used to give you oil. It has been grown in a northern part of the country, where people, it gives you a better return, so people started growing that particular plant. As and when there is a high supply side, the product price crashes. And the farmers have been suffered a lot. So there are too many things are there. If you have become too much eager to go along with the wind, there is the possibility that you will lose the market. So we are supposed to be decisive, not necessarily we have to go according to the trend. So there overstocking is another problem. Technological interventions, as ma'am has already discussed, so I will not get into that. Even the data privacy, probably ma'am has discussed in detail about yesterday. For that, we are sharing everything. The companies are not sharing. We consider sustainability as a environmental dimension, but that is a problem. Sustainability is not only stuck to the environment perspective. It talks about all the three dimensions: environment, social and governance. And as a management student, our job is to sustain the business along with everything, because if the business will sustain, then only the business management will grow. So that we have to keep in mind. So here, and when we are talking about this, it is important we have to look into the various sustainability pressures. Environmental regulations. If we talk about the waste management, we have a variety of the compliances which are there with us. Solid waste, we have a e-waste, we have a plastic waste regulations, 2069 regulations if we talk about. So we have a waste regulations, we have carbon footprint or emissions, as we have been talking about. Being a logistics company in the logistics sector, this is primarily moving through the roads and using what you can say, petrol and other diesel. So that is again leading to the emission part. So either we have to find out some better solutions, or that's the reason why the electric vehicles have been pushed a lot by the government of India. Government has started giving rebates into the taxes and various other things, and even variety of the green options transportation options are available nowadays. But we are big, we are huge, we need a huge infrastructure, we need a big setup to actually move on to the green solutions, to address the carbon footprint or the emission problem. Resource scarcity. In our inaugural session, sir has already talked about in detail about the we have a capacity of paying 400 rupees, but we do not want to pay some 100 rupees or 150 rupees. And even if you see this resource scarcity, or if you simply try to understand that even the solid waste at our home, we usually, if we go by the statistics, it is on a small city, in small cities, somewhere around 300 grams per person we are waste is generated. If you are going to the middle cities, in India I am talking about, nearly around 400 grams. And if you are going to the big cities, it is 500 grams of waste have been generated. And per day I am talking, per day, per person it have been generated. Just imagine how much land it will take, and most important part is that majority have been going to the landfills. So these are the certain things that we have to look into. Then if we talk about the energy efficiency and circular economy is something that is a very interesting aspect, which talks about too many things, and we will try to discuss that. Here, anything which we have been discussing about is mainly talking about the environmental dimension. In addition to the environmental dimensions, or just only the environmental dimensions are the reason behind the sustainability pressure, or something else also? Do we have any other thing to address irrespective or in spite of environmental pressure, or something else? Anyone?
Also the dimension of social dimension, sir, where we have to look upon, because whatever we are doing in operations, be it logistics or our production or consumption, our society is also getting affected, and one of the SDGs is also regarding eradication of poverty and good livelihood providing a good livelihood. So that social aspect also needs to be considered, sir.
Consumer expectations is another, like today we are, as we have been moving toward the green, consumers' expectations are very much higher. With the consumerism, if we talk about, probably Walmart, they have talking about the footprint, the carbon in their products. They used to talk about the how much carbon footprint is there, that they used to mention. So it actually pushes us as a consumer toward the consciousness that what actually we are doing to the environment. So that is the one perspective. Similarly, if you talk about transparency, transparency is something that is supposed to be needed. You might have seen there is a YouTuber who have been talking about sugar, Bonvita if you talk about, Nestle if you talk about, baby milk, the powder milk which we are consuming. So these they have been keep on, means the sugar content which we are consuming is too much high in comparison to the European countries. So for that it is important that we have to take care, means we are supposed to be very careful when we are getting into this, and it is important that these are the certain social dimensions. If we talk about, according to the statistics, India is becoming a obese capital of the world. Reason is very simple. Here we are not discussing into the what you can say, civics part, but if I tell you that usually from the generations it has been told that we need to avoid 3 white things. We need to avoid 3 white things: salt,
sugar, and flour, like white flour.
Yeah. Refined flour. And if you talk about the salt, sugar, jam, 60% or 66% sugar in Indian jam. I am talking about Kisan jam. It's a mixed fruit jam. Bonvita, FSSI recently they have they are pushing behind the baby products of the Nestle and others, mainly because if you see, if a small kid is consuming that much of sugar, which is a baby product, supposed to be healthy, supposed to be well taken care by all the possible compositions, if that has been the scenario, this is something which is very critical, and health is something which is actually not there, and people, means the consumers, we are not very much aware. So that transparency is supposed to be there. And at the same time, if we talk about ethics and social responsibility, when we are being if you talk about from the logistics perspective, when we have been transporting something, if something has been happened wrong, we are not, being a logistics partner, we are not very much bothered, because the system is not too very much connected and very much organized. So if we talk about the 3 different perspectives, they usually talks about the social dimension, and this pressure is keep on increasing. And if you talk about when we are talking, supposed to be pressurized more, and what is supposed to be aligned in a different manner. So let's talk about the circular economy. Here when we are talking about the circular economy, if we go by the European Union guidelines, it has been mentioned that it is important that we have to increase the longevity of the product. Means today if we see, whatever be the product which we are consuming today, if we talk about the mobile phones which we are having today, have a maximum lifespan of 4 to 5 years, because the updates will not be there. Or even if you have observed, previously we were having a detachable batteries. Today that option has also been eliminated. So now if a battery, if you have a problem with the battery, you are bound to replace the mobile phone. And if you have moving down, because when the product is getting smarter, they are especially from the electronic perspective, the things are getting more included into that, and the life of that particular product have been keep on decreasing. So it is a responsibility of a producer that they have to take this onus. Even if you are not taking a onus, at least it is your responsibility that you have to take it back. So for that reason, it is like circular economy simply talks about the competitive, it is an environmental strategy that aims to realize the waste minimization, environmental conservation, energy efficiency and economic development. And most importantly, probably in one of the discussions we had with the ma'am, she told that waste, for you it is a waste, could be an input for somebody else, and that we have to understand at every point of time. For example, if you see like food waste, it is a waste for us, pre-cooked like waste from the food, but it is a food for our plants. If we, and usually we have a spaces, if we can have a certain, if we do certain small efforts that can be like converted into a big good manure, but that we are not trying to do so. That has been directly going to the dustbins, from dustbin to the landfills, and if maybe some percentage have been going to the for the recycling purpose or something. But the problem is, again into that particular perspective also, we do not have a segregation. Recently some of our students, they have visited to Rourkela municipal waste plant that is there near to the stadium. They have been trying to do, but the thing is that as a consumer, they have a complaint that as a consumer, that when you are not segregating, and they have been collecting from all the different places and dumping that, segregation need a labor, which is the first problem which we have discussed. So when the labor have to do too much of the things, then it will be a costly, because labor has been included. And if you see that if you can do something segregation, if we do segregation at source, you are actually minimizing the waste a lot. Only simple thing is that segregation at source, just by doing segregation at source, we are trying to minimize the waste. I am talking about the solid waste which we are creating. If we talk about even you must have heard of in the management like bottom of the pyramid by C.K. Prahlad, the concept of bottom of the pyramid. One of the great management guru has given a concept of the bottom of the pyramid. Anyone have any idea what he actually told about this? What we have to do? If you are supposed to reach out to the bottom of the pyramid, I am talking about the people who do not have a capacity to pay for higher amounts, but they want to enjoy, they want to use that particular product. What you are supposed to do? What best we can do?
Like a shampoo, a bottle is there. For the bottom of the pyramid, the sachets is introduced. Like for the 1 rupee sachets, the Clinic Plus and the many.
Exactly. And sachet or anything, we can dispatch in what you can say, glass bottles or something. 1 rupee sachet or something, we have to be in the plastics, by which they can actually have a capacity to pay, and sachet is one of the best option. Plastic. Yeah.
Biodegradable or a reusable thing we can use instead of plastic, like paper bags we are using instead of plastic, and things which will dissolve in soil, like ma'am was saying yesterday.
What is the solution for oil? Oil. If you want to buy a oil, mustard oil or coconut oil, any oil, what we have to do?
So
can we have a dispenser system from where if we want like something, we can take our own containers and have the quantity we want?
Mother Dairy has done that. In Delhi, Mother Dairy has done that.
But sir, it's not reachable to every other place.
Exactly. As you have told the problem. You have told the problem.
Yes,
that
sir,
it is not reachable to everyone. That is the reason we have to put it into the plastic bags. That is something which is easy to transport, less cost effective, and can reach out to the end consumers. Mother Dairy has done this initiative to minimize the plastic, because milk is something which we have to consume daily, on a daily basis. We used to buy 2 packets, half kg 2 packets, and even for milk also they used to have a strategy that usually we tear off this portion. It's a very common practice, but they have told that don't tear off, just pierce this particular portion so that the plastic will be intact with this, and that will not be going on into the ground. So that is there, but again Mother Dairy has done that in Delhi, but has not been successful across the country. The thing is, the options which we have are costlier, and there has always been a fight between economics and environment. Business and environment always have a fight, and being a business management student, we are the person who are actually standing in between. Where we'll have to go, we are actually into the stigma, and it is our responsibility to provide the solutions too.
Sir, ma'am was referring today regarding that reusable plastics or the greater micron plastics which we are using, because again, like Mother Dairy, they have started the plant in Kolkata that whenever also comes, sir.
That is that is a reverse logistics, as we is the area. ITC has started off this initiative for their cigarette packets somewhere in 2019, but has not been successful because of certain reasons. Because reverse logistics, as and when we have been talking about, it is usually costlier than the logistics, means forward logistics. In comparison to the forward logistics, reverse logistics is almost 1.5 times costlier. And for that reason, as and when a company is picking it, either they can actually work out on that, otherwise it is of a kind of a producer's responsibility. So even if you look at this particular portion, from 2000 onward, the consumption of plastic has been increased drastically, mainly because we have to cater to the masses. It is affordable, and we do not have any possible alternative to that. So for that reason, over the period of time, it has been increasing, and the only thing, if you look at in order to minimize the consumption of the plastic, is the sense of responsibility that we have to take. Otherwise, till the time we do not have a perfect solution, we'll have to move on with that. Even if you see, like 50 micron plastic is mandatory in India, like below that we are not supposed to, we can't carry that. It has been initiated very tightly a few years back, but again, when this plastic has been, when we as a consumer we have been using it, when we are dumping it, who is actually taking care of that particular plastic? In organized sector, in a formal sector, like as we have been talking about the Tata Hitachi, at that point there these companies are doing this because of the compliance, or maybe because of the generosity and what, that is the one perspective. But as and when as a consumer, if we think of, it is a big amount of waste which we are creating to the market. Here logistics play a very significant role, because if you see, if you talk about the municipal waste and liquid waste, if you talk about 2021, we are standing at a very good position. This is something is alarming that we have to look into. If you go by the variety of the statistics, because of the massive pollution, the waste generated in India is more than 168,403 tons per day. Similarly, if you talk about the solid waste generation in India is around 0.34 kg per capita per day, which is again it is a massive one. and which is supposed to be increased. As I told, per person we are consuming in a big city is a 0.5 kg, and in due course of time that will be reaching. If we do not have a proper circular supply chain, if we do not have a proper what you can say cradle to cradle system, then there is no possible solution is actually available. If we, at the same time, if you talk about the greenhouse emission is expected to high, even when we are talking about the waste, Indore is one of the very best example which has actually done tremendously good in terms of waste management. This is a one city which has been from years have been number one in as a cleanest city as such, and they have actually cleared around 100 hectares of land in the city itself. If you see, if anybody has visited Delhi, Gazipur area, there is an open dump and the mountains are there. So these are the things which we have to, being a responsible citizen, we have to think of. And here the most important part is not only logistics. Logistics is a one particular player which has been helping us through this movement, but end to end, if we see, the person who will have to, who is actually a recycler, have to be very keen. At the same time, a consumer who is actually consuming that. So here it is important that both the players, being a consumer, being a producer, we are supposed to be very careful. And for that reason, we used to have a circular supply chain model which is talking about from the cradle to the cradle, supposed to be there when from the starting point to the end point, it is coming back to the system again. If it's a waste, for example, a food plastic which has been a product have been packed in a plastic, consumed by the customer, should be returned back to the recycler or to the producer. Then we have a recovery and a recycling model. At the same time, we used to have a product life cycle. In the electronic market, if we talk about, electronic waste has been drastically increasing over the period of time, and for that it is important that we should have a recovery and recycling method, recycling model, and it is important that we have to increase the product life of a particular product if you are talking about. As we have been talking about, be it is a fridge or a wash we have used. At the same time, if you see at every houses, we used to have some 2-3 waste mobile phones, scrap mobile phones are available. We are not able to find out a proper vendor for that, recycler for that. We always have a thought that if we get some sort of money for that, it will be good. But over the period of time, if you see that we are usually keeping some 2-3 mobile phones, some electronic gadgets at our home, they are occupying a space. At the same time, they are not going back to the producer or to the recycler. So if you see these things, it is important that we have to look into the reverse logistics part very seriously, as in when we have been talking about the circular economy, we are talking about the environmental waste. Continue. As a result, if you see, we used to have sharing platform models. Any example for the sharing platform model? Because by that way also we can address the circular economy.
Like, sir, we can rent our premises.
We can suppose we are producing a product in this particular compound. So we can also rent our machines to a third party. So he can also manufacture, or like in case of Caterpillar, they give rental machines.
Yes.
Apart from selling.
Hyundai and Maruti both sharing that the logistic parts for inbound and outbound also.
Even if you see, like Maruti has been producing
Toyota.
Some of the car models for Toyota.
Sanam plant.
There is a one model somewhere at the 10 lakhs or something range.
High cross.
High cross.
And
not Innova, similar to that of Brisa, there is another brand which is almost at par, which has been developed at the Maruti's platform itself. So this is where we are actually we are sharing this platform. It's a sharing platform model where similar platform have been used by the multiple producers of the companies. By this way, we are not actually acquiring the land, we are not acquiring the infrastructure, we are not investing into the infrastructure, because at that point of time, my unit has not been working. So that has been shared to someone who is actually needed, and by this way we are actually sharing our cost. Then there is another important thing. If you see product as a service, if you see any example related to the product as a service model.
Sir, I'm AMC with the customer, that I'm selling some product to my customer, and I'll provide the service for the whole life or some time frame.
That is a service warranty which a company have to offer, but product as a service is where your product will be used as a service only. You are not selling a product.
So like Sunny, we heard that Sunny is entering into Indian market. Initially, to gain sales, they offered the product to the customer on a EMI basis. You take the product, you use it, you pay in EMIs.
Actually, there is a company, one software company in Bangalore, which long back I am talking about. They have this particular facility that if you want to start off your business tomorrow, within a day time, they will provide you a full-fledged rented infrastructure. Everything, building, computers, every possible things. License is your responsibility. Rest of the things will be well taken care by the company here itself. So at any point of time when we are offering a product as a service, it actually increasing the life of the product, because product have been owned by the company and you have been using that. So for that way, if any wear and tear is there, if any maintenance is there, that will be owned by the company itself. So by that way, we are increasing the life of the particular product, and this way we are minimizing the waste. Similarly, if you remember that OLX is another good example. In big cities like Bangalore, where even homestays, there are some successful examples are there. Studio apartments.
So we have the washing machine concepts in the Western countries, sir, where the washing machines are kept and we can use it as a service also. So
you have to pay a nominal amount, and you have to paying a nominal amount of thing, and we are nominal amount of money, and we are actually enjoying that. Now, when we are talking about the circular economy, if you look at the positive side of this concept, it is having a very significant potential. Around 4,500 billion value realization is still waiting for us. It is, if you go by the KPMG report, it says that it is saving estimated around 624 billion by 2050, but still it is saving something. And most important part, which is quite important for us, is that the number of the jobs this area is going to create. Circular economy is creating a ample of opportunities. The only thing is that we have to think of, because waste is everywhere. Only thing is that we have to connect the dots. If we are able to connect the dots, opportunity is ample in this particular sector. And when we are connecting the dots, the most important part is the thing which we need. If we are going by the forward logistics, here we have to think of reverse logistic aspect. Then if you see 24 million jobs are there related to the renewable energy area. And the most important sectors which are going to be benefited is the logistics, because by end of the day, product product and the waste, or services or the waste, they have been scattered in and around us. The only thing is we need to connect the dots. Even we are not supposed to, if you are a recycler or somebody, that is good, but otherwise if you are connecting the dot, the opportunity for the logistics sector has been abundant in this area, and over the period of time it has keep on increasing. As I told that reverse logistics, on a positive side when we are moving, a forward one, as and when we are moving to this side, a reverse one. But the problem is it is incurring a 1.5x cost. And not only that, even if you see the common applications is return management. Amazon and other companies, they are very cautious. Nykaa, if you talk about the Apple e-commerce companies, they have started charging some amount of money when you are asking for the delivery, some 30 or 50 rupees. Any return, they are charging it. Previously it was free. Can you tell me why?
In case of Flipkart, a delivery guy is coming to collect the mobile phone, suppose. So he is taking his time and effort in inspecting the conditions of the mobile, and accordingly he will place the value. So why he will take the interest and a risk?
Owners,
so he will be getting some incentive.
Customers' responsibility. Usually, you might have heard of this term called wardrobing. It's very common. We order a cloth, and by a time we send it back to the seller. So for few days it is there with us with the warranty period, means that, and with the help of this metric called RTO, return to origin matrix, they try to locate the pin codes where the probability of this kind of return is higher. In some places, I'm talking about before COVID probably, Amazon and Flipkart have stopped sending their products to that particular pin codes. Mainly,
especially on the cash on delivery items.
Mainly on the cash on delivery. If you have already paid, then it is your risk. But if you see, they have done that. I'm talking about some of the regions. I don't want to name that locations, but that has been bearing a cost. They have been doing it because the consumers are smart. Company supposed to be smarter. Then we have a warranty returns. So many things have happened in between, resulted into change in the different set of policies. Then if you talk about when we have been doing this, this gives an opportunity for the refurbished products and resale of the products. On Amazon and Flipkart, you might have seen that a refurbished product, but you don't want to buy that because we are skeptical about refurbished product. We don't not very sure that, because the price difference is not too high, though not very sure that how long it will go. So for that reason, this is one particular thing which is even these companies, e-commerce companies, are keep on struggling on that, on the refurb. But at the same time, if you talk about the other countries, they have been good in buying the refurbished products. But still we are skeptical about that. Then we have, if you talk about the recycling and asset recovery, another common applications are there, where with the help of the reverse logistics, the companies can actually work out on that and can actually address the genuine problems. If you talk about the market size, will grow with a 12.96% by regulations of circular economy. As in we have been going more toward the circular economy, reverse logistic will be the primary concern. There you are supposed to be very strong in that particular area. Otherwise, waste to product is not possible. So this is having a significant opportunity in due course of time. Apart from the forward logistics, I'm talking about the reverse logistics part. That is having a significant area. Leading to the reverse logistics, if we talk about all these big logistics company, they are very good into that. DHL, UPS, if you talk about, they have been doing tremendously good in this particular area. But the problem lies with us is that usually we do not have, for example, if I tell you maybe in a case study, we have a very small case study that we will try to cover. There, this is a simple model where what you can say, integrated collection centers are there, have been gone to the fulfillment sector and formal recyclers. But the most important part, if you try to understand that, this you might have seen. It's a sustainable product. If you talk about this bottle, it's a clay bottle and biodegradable pen, have been procured from Bangalore, Delhi and Kolkata, 3 different places, and have been conceptualized as a sustainable kit. Now, as you have been, though it have I believe that it has been packed till date, your bottles, but if you see this, the distance which has covered is 1482 kilometers from Delhi. Kolkata is nearby, but if you look at this small ball, that biodegradable pen has traveled 1700 kilometers. We are calling it as a sustainable kit. Question comes, what is sustainable in it?
Isn't a concept of greenwashing which you are talking about?
Actually, could be. Could be. But greenwashing is something where we are, this is recycled one, and this we have tried but not very much tested that the plant will grow or not, but it's a biodegradable pen. Now, considering all this perspective, when we are talking about, and we have named it as a sustainable kit, is it truly sustainable or something else? Or what you feel when, as I told that it has traveled around 1482 kilometers, 500 kilometers and around 1700 kilometers.
Basically, during transportation, whatever the energy emitted in terms of emission or any wastage towards the environment, that itself deviates from the sustainable part.
Correct. Emission. Something else?
So what ma'am had deliberated in today first session, that particular calculator, the carbon footprint calculator. So if we put that in the formula, so a lot of carbon emissions have happened while transporting these products from different parts of the country, sir.
Correct. So emission is a one key aspect. Apart from that, anything, any other observations as an operations person?
So if these products are indigenously manufactured,
they are all indigenous products.
So if they are manufactured within Odisha or near to Rourkela, sir, if you can set up manufacturing units like that, so that logistics and transportation can be avoided, sir.
Actually, the term, as and when we are talking about the term sustainability, it comes with the cost, unfortunately. These products, the biggest problem is the distance these products have traveled. And not only the distance they have traveled, in addition to that, if you have seen this, the bottle have been packed, because it is a breakable product, so it has been packed in such a way that it should not break up, because obviously it has been traveling a lot. So there is a waste which is coming out of that. That is another big problem. They are sustainable, but the packaging part is a problem. And in addition to that, being a user, neither we do not have such options where we can actually give it back to somebody who can actually use it, or some other options. So as and when we have been talking about the what you can say sustainability, the most important part is that distance is something which will always add emissions, means will be something which will have a negative side. If, as you have told, that if it is a local grown business, it would be genuinely sustainable. But the problem is that this is actually not feasible. Locally grown, people are not willing to take this initiative to grow this, to build this. Which is, if you see, this biodegradable pen is nothing big, nothing big science, rocket science is there, but people are not ready to do that. Clay business is almost everywhere, every corner of the city. You will go any city, you will find out this, and which is not too much technology is needed. So as jute bag, we can say that yes, it is something in a probably grown in a West Bengal area, so that is okay. So one product, if it has been traveling, then emission could have been reduced, and at the same time it has been increasing the opportunity for the local people, local businesses also. Considering every dimension, it is, when we are talking this term as this kit as a sustainable kit, by end of the day, if you see, sustainability, as I said, have a cost. So when we are looking for any options as a sustainable option, you'll have to find out that every time it is actually adding a cost to us. The price of product will increase like anything. Usually, as somebody told, that greenwashing is one of the biggest problem for sustainable products. So this is one important thing that we, when we are talking about, that at any point of time, when you are moving about this, the challenges are greenwashing, emissions, and when we are talking about the opportunity, it is something which is an opportunity for the local business, could have been an opportunity for the local business, but just imagine if you have been committed for jute bags, and a local, that product is not available in India, in Rourkela or in Odisha, you have to procure from some other places. So at any point of time, the bottom line is, logistics is something, no matter what you do, will be adding emission to the environment. The job is to identify the best possible ways by we can actually address the emissions through the logistics. Because we are promoting something sustainable, but the problem is logistics, because logistics is, even today we have been consuming and using all these, for logistics we have been using the oil, fuel that is having a high emission. So either we have to switch to the green products, green mode of transports, again that needs an infrastructure, a significant infrastructure. So by that time, this is one particular area in a whole supply chain. If you talk about logistics, is a one particular area, no matter, means we have to think of, we have to ponder upon this area where by which we can actually address the green efficiency or environmental efficiency of the logistics system as a whole. And for that we have options, because one way we have to, when we are trying to address this waste, it is important that we have to add both the things, circular economy, and we have to address the logistics. As and when we can do so, we can genuinely address the term sustainability. So with this, if you have any query, you may ask.
Sir, by replacing this fuel cars with these EVs, sir, we are not doing a greater good to the environment, because again, sir, we are, by replacing the fuel, we are again going to the electricity which is being generated again by the thermal based power plants. So in a way that again,
recently UK has started off their coal power plant, which has been stopped for a very long period of time, because the demand has been increasing. They have to address the consumer demand. So the very first two things, consumption and convenience, lead to everything.
Sustainability has to come up with a that is the economies of scale. Unless and until we have the economies of scale, we cannot have sustainability. As you rightly said, sir, that sustainability comes with a cost, and this cost can only be minimized when we have economies of scale. Suppose if someone is not interested in making these jute bags or these pens which we have procured in Rourkela, but if they are getting orders on a such huge quantity, then obviously somebody must be enticed with making that product on a huge scale.
That is where actually sustainability, if you go by the TBL, that is Elkington's triple bottom line, I've been categorically told that we have to focus on all the three aspects together. You can't work on only on the environmental perspective. You can you are not allowed to solely work on the social dimensions. You have to go along with all the three dimensions together. And most importantly, economics is something. Without economics, it is not possible. In sustainability, when we are talking about sustainability, economics is something which we have to go with.
Even if we are more talking about renewable energy instead of fossil fuels, there is no more such studies what are the impact of this renewable energy also. Because in case of solar power plant, we are taking huge acres of lands and huge surface area converting our solar reflection. So what is the impact overall in terms of increase in temperature? There is no concentrated study on this. Similarly, in wind power also, there is a different biological impact on birds and etc. So what are the impact of these kinds of renewable energy? There is not so study. Even if in hydropower plant, there is a greater change in biodiversity. So there is no, till there is no more study on this, we cannot say that this renewable energy also safe or not.
Actually, we are here at this point of time, we are trying all possible options to address the environment. As you have mentioned, hydropower, Tihri Dam in Uttarakhand is one of the biggest dam, and have actually the local area, the people who have been residing in that particular location have been impacted. So yes, as and when we have been talking about, like recently we had one of the GIAN program previously where they have been talking about the small hydro projects. Instead of a very big project, hydro projects, we should have a small hydro projects, so that the problem is the displacement of the local community will not be there, and at the same time we are generating energy from the natural flow of the water itself. So hydropower, yes, like solar plant, as we have been talking about, it is consuming too much of land, and that too a country like India, where the land is a what you can say important thing, scarcity. So that could be, and at this point of time, yes, research has not been done in this area, but if you see in total terms of emissions, they are the natural source of energy. For that reason, still we are going further, and hopefully will be coming up the efficiency. If you talk about the solar power buses and other things, the efficiency has been keep on increasing over the period of time. But we need a huge infrastructure in order, as and when we are making it as a more compatible and convenient source, so that we for that reason we need to have a strong infrastructure needed, and in due course of time will be, because in most of the big companies they have been offering EV cars to their employees, so that the emission part will be lesser on the side. And it is an evolving stage, means we are not pretty very much sure, like once Donald Trump has said, nature will take care of itself. So that is the one perspective. But sustainability, if I would say that sustainability is something which is a medicine. It can actually it can increase your longevity, but the death is something which is indispensable. So that we have to understand. Thank you.